Councilmember Gregory.
Here.
Councilmember Waring. Councilmember Waring.
Here.
Councilmember Settings.
Here.
Councilmember Shade.
Present.
Councilmember Griffin.
Here.
Councilmember Appel.
Here.
Councilwoman Jackson. Councilwoman Jackson. I don't see her. Maybe she hasn't been let in. Mayor Tecklenburg.
I'm here. We'll keep an eye out for Councilmember.
I will.
I bet she'll join us in just a minute. So I'd like to call this meeting order of the City Council of Charleston and ask you if you would like to join us, that Councilmember Sacklin will leave us in an invitation.
Thank you, Mayor. Dear Creator, may we who are merely inconvenienced remember whose lives are at stake. May we who have no risk factors remember those most vulnerable. May we who have the luxury of working from home remember those who must choose between preserving their health and making their rent. May we who have the flexibility to care for our children when their schools close remember those who have no options. May we who have to cancel our trips remember those who have no safe place to go. May we who are losing our margin money in the tumult of the economic market remember those who have no margin at all. May we who settle for quarantine at home remember those who have no home. And during this time, we may not be able to physically wrap our arms around each other, but please let us find ways in the loving embrace of God to our neighbors. And lastly, during this time of change and uncertainty, please give each of us the strength to remain respectful, especially in the face of disagreement. We are all God's children. In your name, we ask all of these things. Amen.
Amen.
Thank you, Councilmember. Very well said. Now, as you can see over on my right hand, there's the U.S. flag. If you would join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance.
Allegiance to the flag
of the
United States of America,
to
to
the
the
republic
republic for which it stands,
one nation under God,
God,
indivisible, with liberty and
and justice for all.
Thank you. So speaking of justice, we have two new judges, or soon to be judges, joining us. We approved their selection last meeting. They weren't on the Zoom call. I think Lindsay had an audio connection, but would like to just call on the two of them to take a minute and introduce themselves to you. Lindsay Byrd, ladies first.
Thank you, Mayor. Hi, I'm Lindsay Byrd. I've been the city's deputy prosecutor for the last 5.5, almost 6 years. And I'm really looking forward to continuing to serve the city in this new role for myself. So thank you all very much for your vote. And I look forward to the work.
Thank you, Lindsay. And
Welcome aboard.
With us, Emmanuel Ferguson. Emmanuel.
Well, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I just want to express my appreciation to the city for giving me this opportunity to serve. I have been a solicitor. Actually, I worked with Lindsay at the solicitor's office, and then I moved on to work as an assistant United States attorney before turning to civil defense. I frankly am quite excited to be able to serve the city in this capacity, and I look forward to working with the municipal court staff, many of whom I've met, and I just again very appreciative of this opportunity.
Great. Thank you so much. Does anybody on council have any questions of either Lindsay or Emmanuel? Councilmember Shade.
I just want to welcome both on board and get your running shoes on, both judges. We have a backload of cases, and I think you could be hitting the ground running with an idea of meeting out fair justice to our citizens, but also moving these cases along. So thank y'all for being a part of the process of this interviews that we had. We look forward to working with all of y'all, and God bless you and good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody else? Councilmember Waring.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to welcome both aboard. I tell you what, I really do appreciate the diversification, frankly. coming on board on the court system, and because this is a generational thing right now. You know, when you look at some of the men and women who have served on this court, they've been there a long time. So this is for us as a generational shift, and certainly look forward to you all putting your best intellect to work on behalf of the city of Charleston and certainly our citizens at large. Welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
All right, if no one else, we'll move on. Thank y'all again, Lindsay and Manuel, for being with us, and best of luck to you. Glad to have you on the team.
Thank you for having
Mayor,
Yes, ma'am.
for the record, Councilmember Jackson is with us.
Oh, great.
Yeah, sorry, I had a computer glitch.
No problem. Welcome aboard. So without further ado, we're going to move right to our public hearings. We have a number of them, I think 13 on the agenda this evening. Normally Christopher Morgan helps to introduce these, or are you around, Christopher?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I'm here.
Okay.
And I'll start in on these. I'm going to go to the screen share, and we are going to go through the maps and slides that we normally have for these. I believe we are here.
Okay.
It should be showing it. Are y'all seeing the screen share?
Not yet.
Let's see. Wonder why it's not doing that.
I can tell you.
No. Okay, let me try this again. There we go. Are y'all seeing the screen share now?
I think so. Yep.
Yes, yeah.
Everybody's got the screen share. Fantastic. Okay, we're going to go through here. If I can advance it, let's see. Now I'm going to have to, okay, here we go. All right, E1, public hearing. This is 295 Calhoun Street in Charleston Village. It is a rezoning from Height District 8530 to our Height District by stories, District 7 for 7-story height. The applicant and owner has changed during this rezoning process. The applicants have changed because the Medical University of South Carolina sold it to the actual applicant, which is the development firm that you will be hearing from this evening. And I will kind of give an overview of this now. Can you all see the cursor moving around on the image? Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
So this is Calhoun Street running east and west. Directly across the street is local hospital. And you can see how the medical district still has the height in feet, because that ends up working better for medical buildings. But then the other areas of the peninsula, of course, have the old city height districts, which are now by story. And so the request for this site is to go from the 8530 district that it is at present to the 7-story district. It is in our urban core, so that is where the most intense types of buildings, highest buildings would go, so that is appropriate. This is an aerial image of the site. You all know it probably well as an older MUSC owned medical office building. It's 1 story. Here's an image looking to the southwest of the site. Here's an image from Alberta Long Lake looking north. You see Roper Hospital across the street, which is a 7-story structure. Here is a ground view where you see the new Sean Jenkins MUSC hospital that has just been completed. Here is a street view from Halsey Boulevard looking to the north. That is Roper Hospital in the distance, and the subject site is on the left. Here we see the subject site further down to the right. You see the new Roper parking lot that is under construction there on the immediate right. And then there are some slides that the applicant has also given us, which just show the overall heights in the surrounding area. Of course, the new MUSC Children's Hospital height is 206 feet. The Ashley House, which is on the same side of the street as this subject property, is 158 feet to the top of the penthouse. And the MUSC Biomedical Facility down Courtney Drive is 190 feet. And then, of course, across the street is Roper Hospital, which is 7 feet. And this is a conceptual concept, is a concept image of a building on the site that would be up to 7 stories or 8 with architectural merit. So this is the request that is before council. And I'll go back to our cover sheet for any further discussion, the planning commission at their June meeting recommended approval of this height district change unanimously.
Great. Can you all hear me okay?
Yes.
I can hear you better now. You were muffled a little while ago.
Okay. I think I had a stack of papers maybe on the in the wrong spot. Okay, so Jennifer or Vanessa, did we have anyone sign up to make remarks on this item?
It looks like we have two people, Cashin Droe and Jason Long, who wish to speak.
Okay, terrific. I see Jason Long. You want to go first if we can unmute you. There you go, Jason.
Yes, sir, Mr. Mayor, members of council. Thank you for hearing us on this.
Excuse me. How much time, Mayor?
A couple of minutes, 2 minutes.
Okay.
Yes, sir. I'll keep it brief. Thank you again for hearing us on this matter. Good to see you via Zoom. Thank you for just your consideration on this. We think that the height in stories, again, we're not changing density in this request. It is a height in stories which versus the height in feet, which creates just a nicer project in our opinion. Gives us better ceiling heights and just flexibility to just have a nicer overall project and a better project to go on the tax rolls, quite frankly. So thank you for this hearing. I don't want to belabor the point, but we're available for any questions that come up.
All right. Thank you, Jason. Cashin, are you out there?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I'm here. Thank
Please.
you, Mayor and members of council. This is Cashin Droe with Historic Charleston Foundation. We have reviewed the rezoning request for 295 from 295 Calhoun Street from Height District 8530 to Height District 7. And HCF applauds the applicant for requesting a rezoning in stories rather than feet. We believe this will have a positive outcome for the building design and architecture. But after careful study of the surrounding areas of the property to the east and the small scale development taking place to the south of the property along Halsey Boulevard, we believe that Height District 6 is more appropriate for this property, as we shared at Planning Commission as well. Thus, we respectfully request that City Council ask Planning Commission to reconsider their approval of this application. We believe development of this parcel will set a precedent for development of the southwestern portion of Calhoun Street, and that precedent abutting the neighborhood should be slightly shorter in height.
All right. Well, thank you for that comment. We appreciate it. Was there anyone else, Vanessa, signed up to speak on this matter?
Not for item 1.
Okay. So then it comes to council. Would anybody like to make a motion or either make a comment?
Mr. Mayor, I move for approval on this. I was on the planning commission. I was later on council, and they came through with the hospital district down there, you know, with the 80-30 height district down there. And I appreciate Ms. Droe comments about the neighborhood, but I think this one's buffeted by obviously the lake behind it. As far as encroaching on a single family residence, it doesn't do that. So I'm gonna move for approval. Thank you.
Second.
I have a second. All right. Any further discussion? Councilmember Seekings?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is in my district at the very north end of Long Lake. As you know, Christopher, I don't know if you can put the screen back up again that shows the aerial view with Long Lake and the project on the north, but this property has gone through a fairly long history in this process of being acquired from MUSC, and there's been a lot of proposals. It's a pretty challenged site because it stands on its own, and that site next to it to the west, the Roper site, there was some thought that they might get combined someday, and they might, but for now it stands as its own site. This height, I think, is consistent with that corridor when we went to floor-based rather than foot-based scale there. One of the things I want council to know is, and Mr. McQueenie was very helpful through this process, at the south end of this property along Long Lake, there is a bulkhead, which is actually failed. And there was thought that bulkhead was the city's bulkhead, and we were actually gonna have to go in and shore it up and fix it. But thanks to some really good title work by Mr. McQueenie and some hard work, we have determined that that project is now owned by this developer. So along with a good project, when we get through the BIR process, we're probably gonna get some really great improvements along Long Lake, including, but not limited to, a shored up new bulkhead on the northern end of the lake. So I'm gonna vote for this. There's a long way to go before something gets built there, but I think ultimately it will be to the benefit of the neighborhood and to the city. So thank you.
Right, and I would like to point out to council that this property was included in the what we now call West Edge, was called the Horizon TIF District Tax Increment Finance. So there will be the extra revenue to help make some park improvements and other drainage improvements to go along with this property, which is frankly is a good thing. Any further discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes have it. Mr. Morgan, number 2.
Okay. This is 1144 Folly Road on James Island. It is a request to rezone from a single-family SR1 district to residential office RO and the Folly Road overlay. The Planning Commission recommended approval of this at their meeting in June. To orient you all to the site, this is Folly Road running roughly north and south. The Walmart shopping area is down here, just off of George Griffith Boulevard. There are smaller strip centers across the street. And then there's a variety of conversion of existing single-family houses along this portion of Folly Road into other commercial enterprises. It's in our Century 5 plan as a highway designation, which means commercial is appropriate in this location. Here's a zoom-in aerial of the property. It has been functioning as an insurance office since it was annexed into the city. They are now changing uses, and so would like to have the residential office use permanently put on it rather than being grandfathered. Here's just a view of Folly Road. The subject property is over here to the left. And then you see some of the commercial areas to the right, and just another view of Folly Road. The subject property is over here to the right. And again, this is something that both staff and Planning Commission recommend approval of.
Terrific. Vanessa, do we have anybody sign up to speak on this?
I do. We have one person, Jim Owens.
All right. Jim, are you out there?
I am. Thank you, Mayor and members of council. Again, my name is Jim Owens, and I'm a representative for the applicant at 1144 Folly Road. I want to thank you in advance for hearing our request and hope that you'll agree that the residential office and Folly Road overlay on the property is the proper zoning for this parcel. Although the property is currently zoned for R1, it's been operating for 2 decades as a commercial designation, from its business licenses to its tax assessment. The city issued permits for this property over the years, which gives the appearance as already being treated as a grandfathered use. We're hopeful that the city will recommend approval of this request and rezone the parcel to residential office and Folly Road overlay designation given its existing use. I'd also like to thank the planning staff who's helped guide us since March through the difficult circumstances that we're currently living under. And again, thank you for your consideration in hearing our request.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate that. With no other folks signed up, it goes to council. Councilmember
Move
Jackson.
for approval, Mr. Mayor.
Second.
I have a motion to approve. Any discussion?
Ms. Jackson had her hands up.
I just wanted to say that this is in my district. I've been in continuing conversation with Mr. Owens, who represents the owner. She is trying to sell the property. I'm not sure it was a surprise to her, but her husband had not, when they annexed into the city, he had not completed basically what is usually a 1-2 step process of annexing and then obtaining the zoning that goes along with the county zoning. And they have been given a use for an insurance office all these years. So it really does just sort of complete the logical outcome for this property. Next door is residential office. It's a very appropriate use. So I recommend your approval.
So is this the side of the street where the new a widened multi-use path will be going?
Yes, sir.
Yes, well, I mean, both sides of the street are going to be used. I think by the time the path gets to this juncture, it is going to be on the east side, correct, Christopher?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah,
And this was Mr. Woody's property, right?
I think so.
Yeah,
Woody Idlet, who
Yeah.
passed away. So just to let y'all know, Mr. Idlet served very honorably in the South Carolina State House of Representatives. And then after his service there, he represented the city on matters in Columbia State House. So a real fine citizen and a good family. Just add that comment. Any other comments or questions from council? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes have it. Mr. Morgan, number 3.
Okay, we will advance through these. Okay, and number 3 is also part of number 4. They are separately listed because number 3 is existing properties in the city, and then number 4 is properties to be zoned with annexation in the city, but they are all part of the same planned unit development. And this is on Maybank Highway. It's to be known as the South Station Planned Unit Development. Tax map numbers are 313-0000043, 031, and 307 for those properties that are in the city. And then the ones that are being annexed are 313-0000306, 034, and 035. So it's a total of a little bit over 21 acres to be part of this PUD. And at present, the properties that are in the city are single-family residentially zoned and also general business. You can see the single-family residential here, and then the general business here, and then the ones to come in have been zoned in Charleston County with their Maybank overlay. And this will become a planned unit development that has no residential entitlements in it. It will just be commercial with office, recreational type services such as boat storage, other restaurant uses, other office space, and a brewery and special events area. So I'm going to kind of go through that in a little bit more detail. The Century 5 plan shows this as in one of our 3 key nodes or centers of Johns Island. The property is right in this area. You can see it with the star there. So it definitely is in conformance with our Century 5 plan, as well as our Johns Island plan, the Johns Island community plan. Again, you see it here. So the applicants have been working very well with us to make sure that those plans are upheld. This is the overall planned unit development area. Again, there's a small office over here right now, but most of it is undeveloped area. It backs up to a lake area. And I'm going to show you some slides from the planned unit development. These are some of the roads and drives servicing parking areas that would be part of this. There also is a significant area of preserved wetland, as well as area for water storage in line with our new stormwater standards. That was definitely something that Planning Commission was very concerned with, is making sure the stormwater standards were as strong as possible and as innovative as possible. This is an image that shows you the green spaces on the site. So again, significant green spaces that will be part of this planned unit development. Some are preserved wetlands, but others are areas around ponds and other areas creating common greens and things like that. So we're very pleased with how that came about. And here is an overall, just a kind of circulation plan for the site and stormwater plan on the site. Staff has been very supportive of this as this has gone through the process, because it has conformed with the plans in the area. And Planning Commission also endorsed this PUD 9-0 at their June 2020 meeting.
All right. If it pleases council, we'll take 3 and 4 together.
Yes.
Vanessa, did anyone sign up to make comments on those 2?
No, not on those 2.
Move for approval.
Second.
A motion to approve and a second. Any discussion or question? Councilmember Brady, this is your district.
I was going to say, it is in my district. I've been involved with the applicant and talking about the stormwater requirements, wanting to make sure that this project came in under the new standards. And so I'm very pleased so far with the progress and hope that my colleagues will vote in approval.
Terrific. Any further comments or questions? All in favor, please. Oh, Councilmember Appel.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just real briefly, I just want to say that this is the exact type of development that we should be seeing out in the suburban areas. Mixed use. It's a way of keeping traffic localized on the various islands, whether it be Johns Island, James Island, et cetera. This is exactly the type of development we want to see. So kudos to the developer, staff, everybody involved for moving this forward.
Terrific. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes have it. That was for 3 and 4.
Yes.
Mr. Morgan, number 5.
All right, we will scroll forward. All right, here we are. This is a property that you all are probably familiar with. It's been before you before, and it's also been before our BZA and our Planning Commission a number of times. This is a property at the area, the northern end of Cumming Street, as it adjoins the Septima Clark Parkway. It is a residential structure along a row of other residential structures. The applicant is seeking a rezoning from the DR2F that it and all the surrounding structures are zoned to commercial transitional. I think the main reason for the rezoning to commercial transitional is that this is in the Cannon Borough, Elliott Borough short-term rental overlay, and they would like to have it as a short-term rental. Our staff has had a lot of concern about this and not recommended for it at previous occasions, nor are we recommending for it now. I will kind of go through some of the slides just to refresh your memory of the situation with this particular property. Again, this is a zoning map of the Cannon Borough, Elliott Borough neighborhood. You see how Cumming Street is almost exclusively residential with the exception of a few structures that were built as corner stores. This property was built as a residence, and I will show you the image of the property. It is in the urban recommended area of the Century 5 plan that does allow for the urban type neighborhoods that you see in Cannon Borough, Elliott Borough. Again, here's an aerial image. You see the residential that is in the surrounding area. Here is another aerial image. Again, all residential structures in through here. There are some corner stores down at the intersection to the south. But here's the structure. You can see very residential in nature. Here's the Septima Clark Parkway here, a little bit of a 20, 30, 40 foot buffer between the parkway and the structure itself. Here are the other residential structures that are in the surrounding area, other residential structures on the same side of the street. And then some comparable situations, because I think we've heard from the applicant before that they feel that their property is very unique in the area because of its proximity to the parkway. But the reality is that there are many other residential structures that have been developed or redeveloped along Septima Clark Parkway with very limited parking, but they have still been successful residences. And here's some of these. This is just a cursory drive through the Septima Clark area that shows some of these other residences. You see one right here that's immediately adjacent to the parkway that has extremely limited parking area. Here's another one that has basically no yard, right adjacent to Septima Clark Parkway here. That's a brand new structure, actually. So our staff is of the feeling that with, the overall character of the neighborhood around this being residential, with the overall concern of the neighborhood about the proliferation of short-term rentals, that it's appropriate that this property stay as it's zoned at present.
Right.
Planning Commission also recommended against the rezoning as well with a 5-3 vote.
Right. Madam Clerk, did anyone sign up to speak on this matter?
Yes, for number 5, we have 3 people that signed up, and they sort of left comments for me to read. So we'll start with the first one. It says, I am writing to express my vehement opposition to 2 requests for rezoning on the schedule of today's Charleston City Council meeting. As a homeowner in Elliott Borough, I urge the Planning Commission to deny the rezoning appeal for 276 Cumming Street. This appeal, which would change the property from diverse residential to commercial transitional, would set a dangerous precedent that would have extremely detrimental effects on our neighborhood and on the city of Charleston as a whole. The Cannon Borough Elliott Borough Neighborhood Association has worked many years to preserve the neighborhood and feel that our community, in the face of proliferation of short-term rentals in our area as requested, it would no doubt result in a flood of similar requests for STRs. The results for our neighborhood of such a zoning change would be catastrophic, destroying the quality of life for our homeowners, and the city would confront ever-mounting problems caused by increased noise, trash, parking violations, etc. Don't allow short-term rentals. This is from Jason Coy. The second is coming from Jeffrey Roberts, says, as a current substantial multiple property owner in Cannon Borough, Elliott Borough, on both being rezoned from diverse residential classification to commercial transitional classifications. These clearly create a backdoor into an STR use, and the owner is not being disenfranchised in the slightest by continuing its current use. My companies, as I did with other groups, spent millions of dollars in carefully renovating properties that are and were zoned LB, and did it under the premise of a finite number of these properties being eligible for this use. Allowing short-term rentals will be a mistake. That's Jeffrey Roberts. The last one is coming from Leah Worthington, and it says, Dear council members, I write to express my absolute opposition to the rezoning request for 276 Cumming Street. As a permanent resident of the Cannon Borough Elliott Borough neighborhood, I urge the Planning Committee to deny the zoning request for 276 Cumming, a change that would allow the property owner to turn his home into a short-term rental. Please, we ask that you reinforce our neighborhood zoning by denying this request. Help us ensure that our neighborhood is able to stay a neighborhood, not a playground and party pad for tourists. The neighborhood has fought for years to maintain a business corridor along Spring Street where STRs can and do operate, and reserve residential zone areas for residents. This request should be seen for what it really is, a request to circumvent STR ordinances. And that's it for this.
All right.
And that person, as I said, was Leah Worthington.
Okay. Nobody signed in to speak.
Mr. Mayor, Marion Hawkins signed up to speak. I believe he's on the line.
I see him right there, and I was thinking maybe you had signed up to speak, Marion. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mayor Tecklenburg and council members. Thank you for your time. I just want to express the concern of the neighborhood association. The applicant is a property investor who bought this property and several others, but this one he bought in 2017 and operated illegally as a short-term rental. He came to the neighborhood association. We voted to deny the request to upzone. The one unique thing about Cannon Borough Elliott Borough being in the short-term overlay, really the only areas for short terms are the commercial corridors of of Cannon, Spring, and parts of St. Phillips. Really, the rest of our neighborhood is DR2F, solidly residential. And so we would request that you would vote to deny this. For the record, this applicant has been denied twice at BZA, three times at Planning Commission and once before at City Council. And we're just really concerned that this would set a dangerous precedent that would, with our lack of affordable housing and to keep our housing stock, to upzone this just for the pure commercial viability of a short term would be a detriment to the neighborhood. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mayor. Okay, now we'll go to council. Councilmember Mitchell.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, this came to us a couple of times before, even with the Planning Commission and the BZA, and it was turned down, and I was there, a part of it, when we first went to Elliott Canberra talking about STR, and they really said that they didn't want any more STR except for the location that they had presented in the beginning. And I think you was there also, Mr. Mayor, when you heard them talk about it a while ago. And this came before us. This particular property to me is a very dangerous area to have STR anyway. And I know the area very well on the Cummings Street because I used to play around in that area. So I don't see a hardship for him that they cannot rent that house as a long-term rental in that area. They might not want to do it, but it's not something that they cannot do. So I would vote, even making a motion that we go along with the Planning Commission deny his request.
Second motion.
This is in Councilman Saccharin's district, but so he might want to say something about it. But I just wanted to talk about it because I was there when we first started this back then, and he wasn't here, so I want to bring him up to speed on that portion of it.
Absolutely. We have a motion to deny in a second. Councilmember Saccharin.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Councilman Mitchell. I was not there, but I got briefed on this a couple days ago. I just want to thank Marion Hawkins for your continued leadership over in Ellicott, Cannonboro. I don't want to pour on and pile on, but this was voted down twice by BZA, 3 times at the Planning Commission, and once in front of this council. So I hope my fellow council members will follow suit and not approve this. Thank you, Marion, and thank you, Councilmember Mitchell, for recognizing me.
Councilmember Shade.
This is a question for Mr. Morgan. Has there anything changed in this? I mean, I remember this has come before several times. So is there anything that's been changed, the circumstances of this building at all?
Circumstances are exactly the same.
I didn't think so. I just want to make sure the record was clear on that. This is another attempt to petition this for rezoning. Thank you.
Great. Any further comments or questions? Councilmember Appel.
I'm completely in agreement with all my colleagues that spoke just now that this is not an appropriate location for a short-term rental. I recall this matter coming before the BZA when I was at the BZA. But the one thing that I just would want to say is that, and I noticed this during my time at the BZA and also my brief tenure on council, there seems to be this idea that when we're dealing with short-term rentals, there's just this like extreme amount of scrutiny that we apply to variance requests, rezoning requests. Every time we rezone property, every time we grant a variance to the BZA, we're changing the zoning ordinances. We're changing the rules. We do this all the time. It's routine. I completely agree that this is not the appropriate location for a short-term rental, but I just think that, we ought to take an open mind to each case, view each case on a case-by-case basis. Short-term rentals are not nuclear power plants. I mean, they're not this like, I understand they're controversial. Lord knows they are. I've seen it and dealt with it in every possible way you can imagine. But I just don't think it's quite easy. It's not as simple to say that, oh, it's not currently zoned short-term rental. Therefore, under no circumstances can this ever be a short-term rental property. I think we have to take each case on its own merits as we see it, because at the end of the day, it's a land use just like anything else. Sometimes it's appropriate, sometimes it's not. You got to let the facts and circumstances sort of guide the outcome there. So just thought I'd comment on that. Thanks.
All right, Councilmember Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Councilmember Appel. I wasn't going to speak because I am going to vote against for all the reasons that you all said, but I do think that maybe just to continue that train of thought, Councilmember Appel, that the distinction of this property in this location in Cannonboro, Elliottboro, is that it is a B&B district. I mean, we set this apart years ago, much longer ahead of the, what I call the scattered site short-term rental licensing ability that we have for all properties around the city. So I do feel like this is the distinction for this particular district because it was set apart to be commercially viable as a B&B commercial district on the streets that these gentlemen have put in front of us. So I wouldn't want us to ever deny the opportunity for somebody to come in and ask for a variance or ask for a license under the zoning that we did put in place for short-term rentals. Then it's up to the neighbors that are, being faced with having a change of property use in their own neighborhood to come before us. But I do feel like this is the difference between this location. Thanks.
Absolutely. Any more questions, comments? Hearing none. All in favor of the motion to deny the rezoning, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? The ayes have it. The request is denied. Thank you, Marion, for being with us and for your comments and leadership as well. Okay, back to Mr. Morgan, number 6.
All right. Oops. Okay, this is a ordinance amendment. It's second reading. This is an ordinance amendment that relates to the having the extra foot of freeboard, which we went from 1 foot of freeboard for new construction to 2 feet of freeboard. It deals with the heights that are in certain areas with the special flood hazard and allowing for an extra foot in all those heights because of the extra foot required for freeboard. Here is the actual ordinance amendment itself. And you see that in all these areas, it adds just 1 extra foot to the allowance because the 2 feet of additional freeboard are now required as per our new city code on that. And both staff and planning commission recommended approval of this amendment.
Madam Clerk, did anyone sign up to speak on this matter?
I don't have any other people signed up.
Move for approval.
Second.
Second.
Council, we've got a motion to approve and a second. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes have it. Mr. Morgan, number 7.
Okay.
I think, Mr. Mayor, that was a 3rd reading.
Oh, that was a 2nd reading. So now we need a motion.
Second.
We got it for 3rd reading and ratification of number 6. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes have it. Thank you, Jennifer. Now back to Mr. Morgan for number 7.
E7 is a zoning. It's at 340 and 342 Woodland Shores Road on James Island. It's 7/10 of an acre. The requested zoning is for single family SR1. It was R4 in Charleston County, and SR1 is the closest compatible district and also matches the surrounding zoning already in the city. This was recommended by staff and by planning commission for SR1.
No people want to speak on that item. Actually,
Move for approval.
Second.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Let's have it. Number 8.
Okay, and this is at 513 Arlington Drive in West Ashley. It's a half-acre parcel. Here is Savannah Highway running east-west or north-south, basically. There's a large shopping center area over here. This is Arlington Drive running north-south here, and the subject properties here. It was M12 in Charleston County. It would come into the city as DR1F, which would match the zoning to the south, to the north, and to the east. It was recommended both by staff and planning commission for the DR1F. We do have a couple of images. There's a existing church on the property, which is no longer functioning, I believe. So it would be become a new development on the site.
Any sign up to speak?
No.
No? Okay, goes to council.
Move for approval.
We got a motion to approve and a second. Any discussion?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Did they say what they're going to do with the church, the old church?
I think the church would come down. I think it's not. And it would be a new development with residential units on the site instead.
Any other questions or comments? All in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? The ayes have it. Number 9.
Okay, this is 1384 Joy Avenue in Orange Grove Estates in West Ashley. It's almost a half acre of land. It's coming into the city as recommended for SR1. It was R4 in Charleston County. Surrounding zonings in the city are also SR1, and both staff and planning commission recommended approval of the SR1 on this property.
No one's asked to speak.
Move for approval.
Approval. Second.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? The ayes have it. Thank you. Number 10.
Okay, this is 230 Yates Avenue in Riverland Terrace. It would come into, it's a 1/4 acre parcel. It would come into the city as SR1. Other parcels that have come into the city in Riverland Terrace and the nearby areas have been SR1. There is a large planned unit development that is now the new acquisition of green space across the street over here. But here's the subject property, and it would be SR1. It was R4 in Charleston County. Both staff and planning commission recommend approval.
Great.
No one wants to speak.
No one signed up. It comes to council.
Move for approval.
Second.
All right, any discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? The ayes have it. Number 11.
Okay, this is also on James Island. It's 1837 Bentgrass Court. It's 6/10 of an acre. It would come into the city as RR1, which is in line with the surrounding zoning that's in the city, shown here in the light tan color. It was S3 in Charleston County. Both staff and planning commission recommended approval of RR1 for the property.
Madam Clerk, did anybody sign up on
No
that?
one for the remainder of those. No one wants.
Move for approval, Mayor.
Second.
Okay, any discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
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 Opposed? The ayes have it. Number 12.
Okay, this is a former private right-of-way in the west side of the peninsula. There are some new affordable units that have been constructed by the city on the southern ends of it, and there would be other units constructed further into the area. It is an area that is surrounded by DR2F. That is the request for the zoning of the former private right-of-way. It's only about 1/10 of an acre, and both staff and planning commission recommended approval of that request.
And it's up for second reading as well.
Move for approval.
Second.
And Mr. Morgan, it's still a right of way, right? Nobody's going to be building on this, correct?
Right, there is going to be new configuration of the lots in the area, and there will be easements and access to those lots, but it was originally a private right-of-way, and so it needs zoning. Mr. Queenie had noted that for us, that we needed to go ahead and get it zoned since it was a private right-of-way.
Okay. Any other questions or comments? All in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Now for third reading and
Move for
ratification.
approval.
Second.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? The ayes have it. Number 13.
Okay, and this is 334 Folly Road in the Dogwood Park area of James Island. It's an existing commercial structure. The request is to come into the city with Folly Road overlay and general business that would match the surrounding zoning to the rear and to the south and across the street. This is something that both staff and planning commission have recommended for. This is a existing gas station. You can see the images here. I think we've got an image of it there, and it would be redeveloped for a new convenience store in this location on Folly Road. It would have to adhere to the new Folly Road overlay standards and would also go before our design review board for approvals.
Any comments from the public?
None.
None.
Move for approval.
Move for approval.
Second.
We got a motion and second. Any discussion? the days of the service station are still counting their final days. On to the C-store. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? The ayes have it. So that concludes our public hearings this evening. Thank you all for participating, those that did. And next we'll have our approval of city council minutes from July 14th.
So moved.
Approval.
Any deletions, additions, corrections? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye.
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 Opposed? The ayes have it. Next is our citizens participation period. Madam Clerk, do you want to take over from here for a little bit?
Okay, yeah. So we have a number of citizens who sent in requests to speak. And so I'll read those and then I'll start calling the names. We have a large list also of those people who wish to speak. All right, so.
How many wish to speak this evening?
Okay, for the people who have signed up to speak themselves on their own behalf, we have 15.
15, okay.
15, yes. And we have 5, let me see, of the ones who'd like for me to read.
I believe we have 20 people signed up to speak.
20?
Well, we only have 15 on this list that I was given. So, all right, 20. And let's see, 3. So it looks like we have 8 people who I'll be reading what they want, what they'd like to say.
Well, we're going to give 90 seconds on the speaking part. So if it's a real long letter, if you could summarize it so you keep it to 90 seconds, that would be fair. Thank you.
Okay, let me start my time clock. I got double duty. Okay, so the first one is in support of the Charleston Coalition for Wireless Safety Standards and 2 petitions submitted and a revision to small cell ordinance and deny application request for small cell site at 81 Spring Street. So 30 people are requesting that, or 33. This is 33 people are requesting that. The second one is a person is opposed to Charleston's Coalition for Wireless Safety Standards, and 2 petitions are submitted, and 1 request for revision to the small cell ordinance. And this is coming from 1 person who's against the small cells. Next, we have someone who is opposing, or maybe many people who are opposing the increasing of a police presence. Citizens do not want a militarized police force. That's coming from 14 people. I have no names. Next is oppose filling Gadsden Creek and support preservation of the creek. This is coming from 52 people. They feel the toxicity report of Gadsden Creek should be done by an independent engineering firm. That's another 12 people who think that. And then we have, this says, this is long. This is coming from 12 people, and it is called Commit to Investing in People by investing in adopting policies to further fair housing, displacement of tenants, learning programs that go beyond a regular school day, reforming school disciplinary procedures instead of punishment, summer employment programs, increased reentry employment, reliable transportation systems, address teacher equality, recruit and train more Latina and Black teachers, hire more minority city positions for municipalities, hire LGBTQ candidates, minimize racism, minimum wage increases to $15 per hour, et cetera, et cetera. Okay, and it doesn't have a person's name. The next one is dealing similarly with the police department, This person is asking for the removal of a page called "The Current Arrest by CPD Related to Riots, Protests." The page should be deleted from the city's website. As I said, that's coming from one person. Another person is disappointed in the removal of the John C. Calhoun statue. An additional person says, one citizen would like Council Member Sacklin to address complaints raised on, well, this is kind of personal. He and his wife, along with cease and desist letters. This is one person. And then finally, this is from two people. People against the proposed ordinance to amend the city code requiring a permit for parades of 25 people or more. I think I'm finished with that.
All right, thank you.
Okay. Now comes the citizens participation period where people will speak for themselves. I will call 3 people first, and then I'll get everything set up for the 2 minutes. The first 3 people would be Karen Beard, Emily Walter, and Amy McLeod.
It was 90 seconds each. We're given the number.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay.
Ms. Beard?
Hello, yes, Karen Beard, 537 Whitechapel Circle. I'm speaking on behalf of the Charleston Coalition for Wireless Safety Standards. We are advocating for safe wireless technology for ourselves and for our children. And tonight we're submitting to you 3 items for consideration. Those items were filed with the council clerk, and you will receive hard copies of our submissions in the next mail out. The first item is a set of petitions from residents in the greater Charleston area. The first is urging a pause in 5G development until it is tested for safety. And the second is a petition urging no cell towers on any school property. The total names on the 2 petitions is 1,726. We have edited out all out-of-state names and most out-of-Charleston area names. The second item is a request to deny the small cell site application for 81 Spring Street. The mock-up photo for this proposed antenna shows it will sit no more than 10 feet from the residence on Spring Street. And we have reviewed the application for that site, and we find no FCC compliance report in that application. We listed with evidence 5 reasons to deny the application for Spring Street, and we urge you to carefully review those and consider the denial. The third item we're submitting is a revision of a list of revisions to be made to our current small cell ordinance. This is not our first time approaching you with requests to revise the ordinance to provide some safety precautions for residential areas and schools. We've heard many times our hands are tied, but Andrew Campanelli, well-known cell tower attorney, has told us, quote, even if a local government violates the Telecommunications Act, there is no need for fear. Thank you, council and the mayor.
Thank you, Ms. Beard.
Okay, the next person, Emily Walter, followed by Amy McLeod.
Hi, my name's Emily. Thank you for having me speak tonight. This comment is in response to the recent announcement by law enforcement agencies to expand their presence in Charleston. Let me first begin by saying that the recent murder of Tom DiLorenzo is incredibly heartbreaking, and my condolences go out to his family. However, it's incredibly important to take a much larger context into account, specifically around police escalation in Charleston. First, just a few months ago, we witnessed the Charleston Police Department participate in mass police violence against peaceful protesters in Marion Square and later on in the East Side community. Housing residents of Charleston trust the same law enforcement agencies that participate in tear gassing, shooting less than lethal weapons, and arresting large numbers of peaceful protesters. A number of community members and organizations continue to call on Chief Reynolds and Sheriff Cannon and SLED to publicly apologize for their actions, and they have yet to do so. Additionally, how is our Latinx community able to feel safe in Charleston when Sheriff Cannon continues the 287G agreement with ICE? Finally, why was the initial announcement of these increased controls only presented in English? By not providing the translation into Spanish, the immigrant community was again not taken into account. Thank you so much for listening to my concerns. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Ms. Walter.
Okay, is Amy available?
I am.
Okay, you're next.
Mayor Tecklenburg, City Council members, thank you for this opportunity to be heard. 90 seconds. Gosh, wow. Listen, I'm on Collingwood Avenue in West Ashley. I am Amy McLeod speaking on behalf of myself and my organization, Charleston Coalition for Wireless Safety Standards. Y'all know who we are. Y'all know who I am. The city's hands are not tied. Let us help you. We want to help you. This is such an important issue. There are so many things that we can do. We have been speaking with lawyers all across this country. They are stopping this rollout and slowing the rollout down. There are ways we can do it. Quite the opposite is true. What you have been told is not true. Congress specifically preserved power to local governments to regulate the placement of wireless facilities. Write this down, 47 U.S. Code Section 332C7A. Elected officials in communities where these telecom companies are installing this infrastructure are accountable to their constituents to protect their health and the environment in which they live. Your hands are not tied. The FCC's December 4th, 2019 order is being challenged in federal court. The DC Circuit Court of Appeals, write this down, 20-1025 has been consolidated with 20-1138. The Environmental Health Trust and National Resources Defense Council have challenged the order as arbitrary and capricious. These standards have not been updated in 24 years. They do not take into account anything other than thermal heating. And there will be a change nationwide that may change what these cities and these municipalities can do to limit the radiation that we are all about to be exposed to. Thank you for your time. I would like to go on. We need to speak with y'all. Please, let's work together.
Time.
Thank you, Ms. McLeod.
Okay, I hope I'm calling 3 people at a time.
Okay.
I think this is Marie Coster, or it might be Mary.
Yeah, this
Okay.
is Mary. Yeah,
And-
hey there.
Okay.
Mary,
Can y'all hear me? This is my first go around with a YouTube city council meeting.
You're loud and clear.
All right,
Please
thank
proceed.
you. All right, well, yeah, I know a lot of y'all. I'm Dr. Mary Coster, and you know, in coming before you here tonight, I carry forward my father, Louis Coster's longtime service to this city. You know, I'm a science literacy specialist and a teacher educator for the USC Center for Science Education. I also serve on the faculty of the College of Charleston Sustainability Literacy Institute. Nearly all of my work takes place in Title I schools, serving our poorest youth, most of whom live in our most flood-prone neighborhoods and are therefore at greatest risk of harm from a hurricane. A lot of my work focuses on finding out what, in fact, students do or don't know about what to do in a hurricane. And to support me in this work, I have to give a huge shout out to Mayor Tecklenburg, Mark Wilbert, Shannon Scaff, Mindy Sturm, Daniel Flessis, Ron Morales. So many people have stepped up to help me build this curriculum. Carol Jackson shows up every time there's something to do with climate change. So this is a science literate city council.
Watch your time.
Okay, well, I wanted to tell you that the work that I've been doing was centered in Gadsden in Creek, and probably the environmentalists that helped me the most to see the importance of this creek in mitigating stormwater surge, and also it's important in binding pollutants, were the CCL and the Waterkeeper. They helped me work with these kids to develop a relationship of care for and with the creek.
Time.
And I'm here before. All right, thanks. Well, I got some of it in. Thanks.
Thank you, Mary.
Sure thing. Y'all take care.
Okay, so I don't know if this is Qatar, Lemonek, or Lemajic.
Magic, that's right. Thank you.
Okay, you're welcome. Thank you. I apologize.
Oh, no worries. It's a difficult name.
Thank you. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for the time, Mr. Mayor and City Council. My name is Pitar Lamagic. I'm a Peninsula resident and Vice President of Wagner Terrace Neighborhood Association. I do represent more than just myself on this matter. We took a survey monkey poll. We have about 40 residents because that's the max on the free side that I'm going to discuss today with a brief statement. On July 21st, Chief Luther Reynolds and Sheriff Al Cannon posted a memo regarding stepped up patrols and proactive interdiction, traffic checkpoints, and more, of course. The following view is held by many of my neighbors. We feel that the traffic checkpoints and the use of special weapons and tactics for proactive interdiction are really heavy-handed policing and will result in poor outcomes for our neighborhood. Traffic checkpoints could give police the power to stop anyone without probable cause, which we believe will disproportionately affect and harm the people that live and work in our neighborhood that fit the description. Lastly, the use of special weapons and tactics for proactive interdiction patrols is very concerning, to say the least. Half of the people that polled, that was the first thing they said. Why are we using SWAT teams for this? And then my question to Chief Reynolds and Al Cannon would be, what data support the police plan? And was there any federal funding and or staffing assistance to implement this plan? Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Appreciate that.
Okay, so next is Erica Coakley, followed by Zachary Swanson.
This is Jennifer. I don't believe Miss Coakley or Mr. Swanson are on the line with the numbers that they registered with. So I think the next person would be Jason Crowley.
Hey.
Hey, Jason.
Here.
Hello, Jason.
Can you hear me?
Now we can. Yes, sir.
I'll start it over.
Please proceed.
Great. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mayor Tecklenburg and members of council for the opportunity to speak. My name is Jason Crowley, Director of Communities and Transportation for the Coastal Conservation League. This evening, I'd like to speak briefly about the city's recent testing for contaminants in Gadsden Creek. The city began dumping household waste, construction debris, medical waste, and other nasty things in the marsh by the historically African-American Gadsden Green community near present-day Haygood Avenue in the 1940s, and continued until the city was forced by the EPA to close the dump around 1970. Following 40 years of lack of maintenance by the city of Charleston, the site of the former dumps has subsided, causing the nearby drainage channel we now call Gadsden Creek to become tidally influenced. The daily tides and regular flooding of the area over the past 4 decades has resulted in the erosion of the landfill cap, bringing contaminants of the landfill into Gadsden Creek and worse, into the homes of the nearby community. The Coastal Conservation League is eager to hear the results of the city's most recent testing, and we wish to reiterate our long-held position that the city should clean up the creek and address the flooding. We continue to remain open to any solutions to fix the broken cap of the landfill and stop the contaminants from poisoning Charleston's waterways and neighborhoods, and we are open to any ideas for how to address the flooding in this area. In addition, we call on the city to present tonight's findings directly to the citizens of Gadsden Green and West Side and solicit their feedback for how to address the problems of the pollution and flooding. We're not here to advocate for the filling of the creek, and because we base our recommendations on data, we're eager to hear more. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Jason.
Okay, next we'll have Everton Jacobs, followed by Jason Jones. Everton Jacobs.
Hello, you hear me? Hello?
Hey, Everton. Yes, we can hear you.
Hey, my name is Everton Jacobs. I'm a citizen. I come here on behalf of Party for Social Immigration. So with the increased patrols downtown, I don't see how that would be beneficial to the community, especially with SWAT team and all of that. That's only going to end up with a lot of people dead. When I was living in Ardmore, when Marley Lyon got killed some years back, y'all turned our neighborhood into an open air prison with police jacking us up and the checkpoints, and y'all doing this all over again downtown, turning it into another a steroid version of a stop and press. Y'all know that's wrong. Come on now, y'all. That is, especially with the climate with the protests and everything, that's going to end up with a lot of black turning dead behind that. Especially with SWAT teams, that's like military. Y'all are. It's pretty much an armed military occupation of our neighborhoods, and I can't stand by that. The people can't stand by that. I don't.
Thank you, Everton. Appreciate your comment.
Okay, Jason Jones.
Vanessa, actually, Mr.
No, I'm here.
Okay, Jason.
My name is Jason Jones. I represent, I'm independent representative for Stand as One activist group.
Where do you live,
I would
Jason?
like to start off.
I live in West Ashley. I don't
Thank
want to give my address though because it is public record. I would like to start by saying that I would like to point the city council to the press release that we issued on Sunday. And inside of that press release, we definitely made a call that many on this call have already made, and that is for proper policing instead of over policing. Taxpayers are spending way too much money in over policing our streets to activate SWAT and bring in SLED. If we could reallocate those funds properly to the right direction, we believe we could fix some of the issues that we have found become evident inside the racial bias audit. To attack two birds with one stone, I would also like to jump on the issue of modifying the permitting rules that we're looking at to change the permitting down to, I think, 25 or 10 is what you guys are asking for tonight. If you're going to do that, I would also ask that the city council takes note of the set permit rules and guidelines that are already in place. Currently, we're already seeing groups get permits out there that have had violent tendencies and arrests, and we would like to see that stop just because we're looking out for the safety of the better community. I also challenge any member of the council that has not seen our press release to go to the Post and Courier. They posted the full press release, not just a small snippet that the city decided to respond to. And with that, I yield my time. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Vanessa, Zachary Swanson has signed on.
Okay, then I'll take the X from his name. Zachary?
Hi, yes.
Okay, start now.
I'm calling regarding the plan to expand police in the Charleston area, and I am calling to say that's a bad idea. People, mostly Black and poor people, are still being arrested for simple possession of marijuana and other drugs in South Carolina. While research shows that Black and white people use marijuana at roughly the same rate, Black people are 4.2 times more likely to be arrested for marijuana possession in Charleston County. This needs to stop. Drugs like marijuana and LSD are provably less harmful than legal drugs such as alcohol and nicotine. In terms of serious drugs such as cocaine and heroin, it is beyond cruel to criminalize addiction. The war on drugs has been a demonstrable failure on all fronts, and it needs to end. The only reason these drugs are criminalized is to discriminate against poor people and people of color. Until the South Carolina legislature repeals these arcane laws, police officers in South Carolina will be required to enforce them. Individual officers may claim that they are against these laws, but that doesn't matter as long as they continue to enforce them. They are not only complicit in the oppression, they are the enforcers of it. In addition to this discrimination, what about the police brutality and murder? A racial bias audit of the Charleston Police Department found that Black people were almost twice as likely to be on the other end of an officer's use of force than white people. Having more police only increases the likelihood of another white cop murdering another innocent Black person. Having more cops does not make us safer. It only serves to harm poor people and people of color. Defund the police. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, I think Andrew Wonderly is next, followed by Emma Collins.
Okay, Mr. Mayor, members of council, thanks for the opportunity to speak this evening. My name is Andrew Wonderly, and I'm your Charleston waterkeeper. We're looking forward to hearing and reviewing the results of the city study on surface water quality in Gadsden Creek this evening. The bottom line here is this: landfills and water don't mix. It's the perfect recipe for pollution. Previous studies have all shown signs of contamination from the landfill in surface water, sediment, and soil. There's a history of injustice around this issue, and the uncomfortable fact that we all have to wrestle with is that regardless of whatever is to exist here in the future, atoning for that injustice starts with sealing off or excavating the contaminants to protect the health of the community and the Ashley River. This is a unique situation where leaving nature to take its course is not the best option. Now, we remain open, as we always have been, to all plans for action that improve the flooding, but also protect the health of the Ashley River and the health of the surrounding community. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrew. And thank you for your service, by the way, on the James Island clean James Island Creek effort as well. Thank you, Andrew.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Emma Collins, followed by Nolan Williams.
Hello, yes, my name is Emma Collins of Sycamore Avenue, and I'm a hydrologist at Robinson Design Engineers. I would like to express my concern regarding the West Edge development and its attempts to cap part of a historic unlined landfill and replace Gadsden Creek and surrounding wetlands with pavement. Water quality reports submitted by the developer tested only surface water within the creek. Groundwater from the historic landfill has not been tested, but the leachate collected from Gadsden Creek has come back with significant levels of contamination. Development cannot move forward until the extent of groundwater contamination has been assessed or the Charleston community risks facing severe consequences to public health and safety. Unlined landfill contaminants are known to migrate through soils and groundwater and plumes up to 1 kilometer from the original landfill site, putting the Ashley River at great risk for contamination where leachate will compromise aquatic habitat. This poses an immense public health risk and will create financial and legal liability for the city in the future. Furthermore, in filling, paving, and building a high-rise structure on top of the contaminated site, it will be impossible to inspect and mitigate these toxins. It's the equivalent of welding an iron cast on your arm once detecting a cancerous tumor. You are simply allowing the cancer to spread while limiting your access to the root of the problem. Filling Gadsden Creek will also worsen flooding as it is an established tidal waterway supporting adjacent wetlands that provide storage capacity for stormwater on the peninsula. The wetlands and salt marsh on the peninsula provide a suite of ecological benefits, one of which being storage capacity for stormwater. It is imperative that the city conduct a study to determine extent of, okay.
Thank you, Ms. Collins. Appreciate it.
Okay, is Nolan Williams present?
Yes, ma'am. Good evening, council. My name is Nolan Williams. I live in West Ashley on Limby Drive, and I'm a hydrologist working in local water resources as an environmental engineering consultant. My comments are also in regards to the West Edge project and its proposal to fill in Gadsden Creek and the surrounding wetlands. Has rightly been identified, degraded water quality and flooding along the creek and the surrounding neighborhoods is a pressing issue that must be addressed. However, I'm deeply concerned by the approach that has been proposed as part of the West Edge project towards this end. Members of the development team have stated that in order to remedy the water quality issue emanating from the creek, it is necessary to enclose the creek in a series of pipes and pave over the surrounding wetlands. As a professional working in the hydrologic sciences, I can say with confidence that in no way is this approach consistent with current state of practice for mitigating flooding or water quality issues. In fact, the body of scientific research and peer-reviewed academic literature regarding this topic overwhelmingly supports the notion that preserving, restoring, and rehabilitating natural systems and wetlands is the most effective tool for combating these issues. Natural wetland systems have the ability to sequester and treat pollutants, and I fear that further impacts to Gadsden Creek will only exacerbate the issues this area already experiences. I share in the concerns expressed by countless others regarding water quality and flooding in the Gadsden Creek area, and I support efforts to protect public health and safety in this area and to right the historic injustices inflicted on this community. Lastly, I'm deeply concerned by the prospect of mitigation activities associated with this project being conducted upstream on the Ashley River outside of the city of Charleston. Gadsden Creek is a saltwater. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Williams.
Okay. Annie Doran.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes. We can, loud and clear.
Great. Mayor and City Council, thank you so much for this opportunity to speak. I wanted to speak out in opposition to the, and my name is Annie Doran. I'm coming from downtown Charleston. I wanted to speak out in opposition to the Charleston Police Department's plan to expand police presence in our local communities, as well as the militarization of our police force with SWAT teams. I believe, and many professional studies support this, that an increase in the number of police officers does not equal a reduction in crime. We as a city must address why our citizens commit crimes in the first place by increasing youth programming, quality education, access to food, drug and alcohol rehabilitation, and healthcare. Charleston has also failed to address the sources of mistrust of police among minority communities, and increasing traffic stops and police presence are very likely to be actively harmful when we haven't dealt with the disproportionate arrest, mistreatment, and brutality towards racial minorities. I'm asking these resources would be spent on expanding the police force to be invested in youth programming, as well as other community programs that will be able to address access to resources in a long-term way to create an environment of equality for all. I also want to extend my condolences to the family and friends of Tom DiLorenzo, and I hope we can honor his memory by addressing the reasons that such crimes are committed, rather than leaning on short-term solutions that have proven to be ineffective. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay. Marcus McDonald, followed by Emily Hansbarger.
We ain't finished yet?
Marcus McDonald.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, Marcus,
Hello,
we
can
can
you
hear
hear
you.
Hey, how's it going, Mayor Tecklenburg and everybody? My name is Marcus from the Black Lives Matter chapter of Charleston. I just wanted to reach out and express my concerns regarding a few things. I'll keep it short because I have 90 seconds. My first thing is I will want to stand up for the Gadsden Creek community and block the West Edge proposal to increase to landfill or to fill in the Gadsden Creek area. I want to stand against that notion to do that. I think that's super irresponsible. And then I also want to say in regards to the police presence, there's several different things that are an issue with it. The main reason with the climate now, we've been asking, and several communities have been asking for a reduced police presence, and this militarization is obviously against the community's rules. And I spoke to Chief Reynolds, and we've had conversations, and he knows this is the wrong thing to do, and he's listened to some communities while ignoring others. The East Side community has been asking for so many different things other than what he's wanted, what he's proposed to do. And there's also no accountability as far as what the SWAT team goes. He said that they're going to be on the same phone calls and they're going to be on the same radio lines, but that's not enough accountability. We asked if there's an incident that occurred, what would happen, and he said we just wouldn't invite them back. And that's not nearly enough accountability as needed in case there's something that goes wrong. As one of our previous citizens said, that there could easily be incidents that happen because a lot of these SWAT teams haven't had the training. Thank you so much, and I hope you have a great day. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Marcus. Appreciate it.
Emily Hansbarger.
Hi, yes, thank you for your time and consideration tonight. My name is Emily Hansbarger, and I am here speaking opposing the expansion on police officers in Charleston. I do not believe our citizens want this. In our city, we have protests and activists fighting against police brutality. Our citizens want less police and more community resources. Councilman Shealy, you mentioned in the June 23rd, 2020 meeting about the removal and relocation of the Calhoun statue that your vote was for the people from the cleanup crew on Sunday, May 31st, 2020, the Black community leaders, and the families of the Emmanuel shooting because they want peace in Charleston. You stated that the statue was a wedge splitting us apart. The same is happening with more police presence in Charleston. The increase will further criminalize African-American communities who are already disproportionately targeted. It leads to distrust in the police in those communities. Deploying SWAT teams is a dangerous escalation of force. Our neighborhoods are not war zones, and we should not have our citizens treated as wartime enemies. Councilman Shealy, if you are with the previously stated citizens, you would want to help them and others in the community by being against the expansion of police and reinvest in the community resources and our people. This applies to all city council members. If you are for the citizens who are disproportionately targeted, you'll work with Charleston Police Department to remove the expansion and SWAT from our great city. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay. Tom Bradford.
Yes, thank you. Yes, my name is Tom Bradford, 18 State Street, Chairman of the Board of the Friends of the Low Country Low Line. Mayor Tecklenburg, members of City Council, we appreciate the opportunity to speak today. We're happy to report that from our perspective, the public-private partnership between our organization and the city is growing strong. As many of you have seen, we're making great progress toward our goal of reknitting many of our neighborhoods with a world-class mobility corridor, and doing so with a process that is totally inclusive and equitable. To reinforce this, we are now working on and excited about a new low-line feature, the Low-Line History Project. That history is deep, but perhaps the richest thread is that of Charleston's African-American population, concentrated in the Upper Peninsula because of the dark reasons that prevail to this date. How better to give the neighbors of the low line ownership of the low line than to have it tell their stories, to give witness to their achievements and to the complicated historical phases of the low line corridor. We will make good use of the stipend allocated to us as we pursue this history project, as well as further community outreach, planning, and ultimately construction. We single out your own Alan Davis of the Civic Design Center for the meticulous strategic work he is doing on this project. But we acknowledge you, Mayor, and all members of your staff for your support in transformative project. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom.
Okay, George Palmer, followed by John McCullough.
George?
George
Good
Palmer.
evening. Yep, good evening. So I'd like to thank this esteemed group for giving me a chance to speak. I'm the West Side Neighborhood Association president, so I will first represent the West Side neighborhood. We have discussed the issue of Gadsden Creek and voted on and lend our support to the current proposal by West Edge to fill in the creek and help fix our flooding problems. We also sent a letter of support to DHEC to say as much. So that's my portion as a West Side Neighborhood Association president. As an individual, for a couple other things to say. I'm a native Charlestonian, so we keep talking about history and bringing history from a very long time ago into this very current issue. Cainhoy is named after my grandfather's grandfather, and the Reef Park is named after my grandmother's grandfather. I have as much history here as anyone else, and I don't really appreciate that that history is being used to stop what is a current problem so that we can get a fix. We're getting one of those rare instances where public come together to solve a problem. That doesn't happen that often, and I don't know when this creek gets fixed if West Edge doesn't do it. As a parent, it's alarming that contaminated water flows into the park across the street that my kids used to play soccer on. We really need this problem fixed, and most importantly, we need to focus on the people that live near the area. That area would be West Side and Gadsden Green only. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Palmer. I appreciate your time.
Okay, let's see who else. We have George Palmer. Did I call George?
He just spoke.
John McCullough.
John McCullough.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Good evening, Council. Mr. Mayor, John McCullum, West Side Neighborhood Association Vice President and Ashton Street resident. I'm here today to discuss the condition of Gadsden Creek in its current state. It is a polluted mess. How it came to be in this condition is important and tragic. However, my current concern is its future. The West Side Neighborhood Association has been intimately involved in discussing the future of Gadsden Creek for years. Gadsden Creek is entirely within the boundaries of the West Side Neighborhood Association, and the citizens immediately impacted by the creek have been principally involved in all of those conversations. The result of those discussions has presented us with a real tangible solution to the nuisance flooding and pollution spilled into our neighborhood. That solution is what has been presented by West Edge Foundation. Its current condition cannot be allowed to continue, and the estimated cost to properly fix it is between $10 and $12 million. There is a desire to restore it to its original condition. This movement is not based in reality, and it does not reflect the desire of those who are immediately impacted by the project. The estimates to restore it to its original condition, a marshland, would require digging out an old garbage dump, cleaning the pollution, and complete restoration of what has been filled in by millions of cubic yards of material. Not to mention the original footprint of the ancient creek bed is occupied by several city streets and Septima Clark Parkway. The estimates to have it restored would likely be astronomical, and in this scenario, the city would be responsible for the cost. Considering nothing has been done for decades, and the city currently faces a $40 million deficit, there will...
Thank you, Mr. McCullough.
Thank you.
Okay. The last person is Arthur Lawrence.
Good evening.
Good evening, Arthur. Good evening. How are you?
I thank you, member of the council, and thank you, Mr. Mayor, for giving me this opportunity. And I'm a long time resident of Fishburne Street, a half a block from Gadsden Creek. I was raised up in this area, and beyond Fishburne Street, there was nothing there. And the city created a dump, and I watched what they were putting into that landfill. Now everyone talking about water quality, but no one talk about the quality of life that's affecting the people on President Street, Ashton Street, Noonan Street, Always Street, and Higgett Avenue. From the water and the storm water that come in from the Ashland River through Gadsden Creek. The health of these people are impacted. Every time you have 1 inch of rain in Gadsden Creek, it spills over. Now, it's time. The city is going through budget restraint right now. They don't have the money, and you know that y'all don't have the money. And if you have anyone that can solve this problem, we need to look in that direction.
Time.
Over 73 years, I live here and I watched this fight. It's time for us to move forward and do what's right for the community. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate that. All right, Madam Clerk, was that everybody?
Yes.
Great. Okay. Well, thank you, everyone online who participated, sent emails, messages, and spoke to us this evening. We appreciate your involvement and your comments to council here tonight. So now moving along, we got our petitions and communications. We're going to have an appointment of code enforcement officers for TNT and one from real estate division. Can I entertain a motion to approve?
I so move. For approval. Second.
Tyrone Lawrence, Thomas Tisdale, Stacia Townsend, and Peter Rasko. Any discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes have it. Next is a resolution to designate the city of Charleston as a B City USA. I think this came from Parks and Recreation. I don't know if they have any comments to make on it. I do know my son, John Henry, is basically in charge of the gardening at my home, and he's planted all these particular pollinator attracting plants, and you wouldn't believe the number of bees that I have in my yard now. And they hadn't stung me yet. It seems like a very healthy thing, and they help pollinate and spread our plant life. So I guess that's what this is all about. Any discussion, or can I entertain a motion?
So move.
Second.
Second.
Any further discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? We are now a B City, and our Keep Charleston Beautiful team will be working on this as well to promote the planting of those kinds of fauna that will help attract pollinators, which is a good thing for the environment. So next is kind of together related is a presentation on Gadsden Creek surface water and leachate from Bob McPhee with GEL. And then we'll have a presentation from Michael Maher with the West Edge Foundation. I will go ahead and call on Councilmember Shade.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to put on the record, I've had discussions with legal counsel, with you and with the clerk's office, that I have to recuse myself from any discussion regarding that. Y'all may notice that my wife, Mary Shade's joining us tonight. We call her the real lawyer Shade in the family. So she is representing or has an interest in this proposal. So I have a conflict of interest and I need to recuse myself from any involvement in discussions with this. So I will put myself on mute and remain muted. Thank you.
Probably the best trade we've made in years right there.
Thank you, sir. So earlier this year, maybe it was late last year, we had a request from West Edge Foundation to do an update to council about their permit application to provide drainage relief in the West Edge area and to deal with the liability that we'll hear about this evening that the city has due to the fact that this whole area, as has been noted numerous times, even this evening from our public input, was a dump. And I was looking at the pictures even back to 1939 when I have an aerial photo, this entire area, everything west of Haygood Avenue, and even some, Haygood Avenue wasn't even there in 1939. The whole area was marsh and creeks, and it was filled in over the decades by the city of Charleston as a refuse and garbage dump. So we got a report. Terracon was a company, engineering company, that did the sampling and results, and it was presented to the city earlier this year. And frankly, the results of that test were a bit alarming, given the high level of certain contaminants that were shown in the test results. And hence, in order to make sure that there wasn't some immediate public health hazard, and also just to have an independent verification, it's always good to follow a result if it's elevated. Particularly, the city of Charleston hired independently GEL Engineering to do some analysis, both of surface water and of some of the leachate that's coming out of the landfill. And so that led us tonight to bring you a report now that those results are in from both GEL, and then we'll go to Mr. Maher and hear the presentation that frankly was requested some months ago. So without further ado, Bob McPhee from GEL Engineering, you're up first.
Thank you, Mayor and council members. Can everybody hear me okay? I'm losing my voice.
Yes.
Good, loud and clear. Yes, sir.
Okay. Good. Well, I'm Bob McPhee. I'm with GEL Engineering. We were contracted by the city to evaluate the surface waters within Gadsden Creek. So I thought I would start by talking a little bit about Gadsden Creek. Much of it I think you've already heard, and then talk about a typical landfill, and then discuss kind of the results moving forward. So as we have heard, Gadsden Creek, basically it has been rerouted many times kind of over the years. And particularly in the 1970s, a portion of it was basically brought directly through the landfill itself. So there's portions of the landfill that literally flow directly over the trash. And then you have banks where the cap has been eroded, and you have trash sloughing off into the banks of the creek. So anyway, in a typical landfill, what you do is you have a liner that collects any of your landfill leachate, and we'll be hearing a lot about that in my talk. And landfill leachate is everything that percolates down through a landfill. That's your rainwaters, and in this place with Gadsden Creek, in this instance, you actually have the tidal water flowing up into the waste. So that then would be also causing some leachate. So typically that's caught up in a liner, that's brought to a collection point, that's hauled off, and it's treated. And then when you're done filling in your landfill, you go ahead and you build a cap, which is usually 2 to 3 feet of fill, and it's graded to bring all of this water off of the landfill, so you're not creating any leachate, or you're minimizing the quantity of leachate. So back in January, Terracon went out and collected 2 samples of what they considered to be leachate. It's a seepage off the bank of the exposed waste. And they did it from areas where there was a discoloration in the flow that was coming off of the bank. And what they found were polynuclear aromatic hydrocarbons, which are sort of byproducts of petroleum compounds, PCBs, and metals. And the metals and the PCBs exceeded EPA screening levels. And there's a number of screening levels that these things can exceed. And these are, when you exceed one of these levels, it's kind of it's an action level, basically. At that point, you really want to start addressing the issue and look at what needs to be done to mitigate the situation. So this is where the city contracted GEL go ahead and get involved and conduct, an evaluation of the surface waters in the creek, mainly under the concern that there's a threat to, an imminent threat to public health. Though I don't think there's a lot of people going down into the creek, but still go ahead and evaluate that. So we prepared a sampling and analysis plan, and we collected 7 surface water samples, and I will attempt to share my screen here. Can everybody see that?
Yes.
So we collected 7 surface water samples, and I would direct you to SW1 and SW2. Those were the locations of the Terracon, the original Terracon samples that were collected from, you know, the leachate sort of coming off of the bank. Our goal was to go ahead and take a look at the overall surface water quality of the creek. And we anticipated going into this that the concentrations that we would detect would be less than the Terracon results. So we sampled it at a low tide to avoid, you know, the maximum amount of dilution that you would get at a high tide. So we collected those 7 surface water samples, and those results came back with no SVOCs or those PAH compounds that the Terracon results found. We did not detect pesticides, and we did not detect PCBs. However, we did have multiple metals that were detected in each of the surface water samples that exceeded their respective screening levels. Now, one of the things that we do when we evaluate really any type of environmental media is we go ahead and take a look at background. Yes, we have all of these various screening levels to look at it, but what is actual background? So for background, we took a sample from the Ashley River itself. So we compare those concentrations in the Ashley River to what we're finding in the creek. And what we found there is the surface quality in Gadsden Creek does not appear to be significantly degraded. And it's pretty similar to what you're seeing in the Ashley River. That's not to say that it's not being degraded. It is being degraded because we know from the Terracon leachate samples that we are having some of this leachate getting into the creek. So what we also like to do whenever you have results like this, we like to confirm the prior results. Terracon had their results, and we wanted to go back to those locations and conduct a confirmation sampling event to see how our sampling event and analytical results might compare. So we did not find any PCBs in our leachate sample. We did have numerous metals that exceeded screening levels. We did detect 4 pesticides that were also in exceedance of some screening levels. Some of these pesticides, what I think is good to note here is that some of these pesticides were banned back in the 1970s, which is really kind of, I think, indicative of what's coming out of the landfill. Because there's certain compounds, particularly PAH compounds, you get a lot of stormwater flowing through there as well. So I think that points to the fact that some of these things are leaching from the landfill. Multiple PAH compounds were also detected at relatively low concentrations, but some of them are exceeding some of the more conservative EPA screening levels. And we had a couple of volatile organic compounds detected at very minor levels, which were below screening levels. And I also want to share, I've got some photos to share with you. So this is these photos, we like to take samples of our surface water sampling locations, but it also gives you a good indication, and I can move through these relatively quickly. Here's just some typical views, more up along Haygood Avenue. That's looking down toward the Ashley. And here's a couple of areas where you have, this is what we're discussing when you have this exposed, you know, the cap has been eroded and you have, you know, the landfill waste kind of sloughing off into the creek. That again. And here is kind of like this discolored water or seepage that we went ahead and sampled. Near SW1, there's just more of the trash associated with the creek. And here's a couple of better views of the creek. So just wanted to share that with you. So anyway, our results, just to summarize our results, the surface waters within the creek are quite similar to what's flowing through the Ashley River. And the Ashley River, I mean, it has its own issues, obviously. So the path forward is to do the correction. There's really no way around that at this point. You're obligated by permit conditions to go ahead and address the cap issues. That's clearly stated in your permit. So, the city of Charleston is going down that road. But this is as has been stated earlier, this is a very complicated project. Much of this work will be performed in tidelands regulated by the Army Corps of Engineers and DHEC. There'll be permits required. There'll be a lengthy permitting process, upwards of 18 to 36 months, assuming that there's no opposition to the project. And once you complete this project, you really haven't addressed any of your flooding, your stormwater issues, or any of those issues that are up there on Haggett Avenue. And I tend to look at this from a more holistic approach. I think if you can tie in the issues and concerns with respect to the tidal flooding and your stormwater issues in with this project, I think it would be certainly less expensive, but it's a daunting project from a cost standpoint. And we've also had an opportunity to review some of the Terracon documents from the West Edge project. And there is certainly a comprehensive plan to address the issues with respect to Gadsden Creek, as well as addressing the drainage and the flooding issues. So really, I think it's just a decision of how the city moves forward to go it alone or work with the West Edge project to go ahead and address these issues.
All right, thanks, Bob. I appreciate that presentation. I did also want to recognize Sean Flug is with us, and he's an environmental attorney who represents the city and has been following this story since we, all along, but particularly since we hired GEL to do this testing. And I guess, Sean, I'd ask if you have anything you'd like to add to Bob's remarks.
Important to summarize that at the end of the day, whether it's leachate or is tide going in and out, there's contaminants continuously going into the water. And at some point that needs to be addressed. And so I think that at the end of the day, that's a take home message. The city needs to act.
Thank you. So does any council members have any questions for either Bob or Sean at this point before we move on to Michael? Councilmember Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm not really sure it's of the experts. I really appreciate hearing from them directly. And I think it was the right thing for the city to do to have our own independent report done. I do note that there were several citizens who wrote in their own comments about that. So I hope that we can communicate that clearly, that this is an independent report. I guess my question would be probably more for you, Mayor. I know we're going to hear from Mr. Mayor next, but are you going to be sending us sort of a, what's next action plan, the process that you're expecting the council to work through in order to make this sort of decision that our engineers have laid out? Either go it alone or work with the West Edge program as they're presenting it to us.
Right. I think that's certainly up for our discussion, both tonight and at our next meeting. I think given that we just got this report tonight, we'll share it with you. In fact, I think Susan sent an executive summary along with some of the data to you this afternoon. We'll also be making it available to the public to be able to see. And then basically, I guess you come down to a decision of supporting the West Edge application as to address both of those major issues, the flooding and the liability of the landfill, or whether we quote go it alone.
Mr. Mayor?
Yeah.
Mr. Mayor?
Councilmember Gregory has been trying to get your attention.
Councilmember Gregory.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor. As all of you know, Gadsden Creek is in my district. Not only is it in my district, my family has lived on the west side since 1898. So there's very little that anyone on this panel, okay, can tell me about the west side and Gadsden Creek. We're calling Gadsden Creek now is not Gadsden Creek. No, Mr. Mayor. Gadsden Creek was much, much, much more expansive than what is left. I mean, actually, boats could go out to the Ashley River at some point through Gadsden Creek. So what we're talking about in terms of calling it Gadsden Creek, it really isn't. It's just, it's the remnants of the creek. In addition, Mayor, for those on the panel that don't know, that
I'm sorry, we lost you there, Councilmember Gregory.
Pardon?
You
I
were
didn't hear.
saying, you were saying what we don't know. And then we lost you.
Yes, I'm saying it's at one point that landfill really started at President Street. We then rebuilt Burke School on a potter's field. That dump burned, Mayor, as you know. And speaking of environmental justice, that dump burned and that landfill burned 24/7. So in terms of a neighborhood that has struggled with environmental justice, okay, for a very, very long time, to me, I'm getting a little tired of kicking this can down the road. And at some point, I think we need to make a decision. Yes, I'm on the board, but I'm not talking as a board member right now. I'm talking as a councilman, and I'm also talking as a long, resident of the west side of the city. I mean, we can go through presentations after presentation, but to me, public health and safety is our city's #1 priority. The people on the west side has suffered for years with the pollutants and the environmental justice issues back there. We've got to move on this, Mayor, and move on this as quickly as possible instead of just kicking the can down the road and to continue to let the pollutants affect the children of CDA, okay? Because it goes right in front of CDA when there's a high tide, as well as the Gadsden Green community. I mean, I just had to put that on the table because it just seems to me as though we've been pushing this thing down the road for a long time now. And I think it's decision time so that we can move forward and eradicate, not address, but eradicate the environmental hazards that exist now that has existed there all of my life. Just had to put that on the table for the record.
Thank you, Councilmember Gregory. I appreciate that. And that's exactly why we're bringing this information to council tonight. And I know we had planned to do this earlier in the year, but like I said, when before Bob's remarks, when we saw those test results from Terracon, we felt like we needed to get an independent engineering lab to take a look, not just at the material coming out of the landfill, but also of the water quality in the creek. So the bad news is that the leachate results from Terracon and verified by general engineering labs shows that contaminants truly exist from the landfill and definitely, as Mr. Flug mentioned, need to be addressed sooner rather than later. That's clear. I guess if there's some good news, the water surface sampling indicates that it's similar to the Ashley River. And so the immediate threat to health is not like an imminent danger or something along those lines. So, but it's time to deal with it. That's why we're here tonight. That's why we're bringing this information to council so that we'll be able to move forward. So without further ado, Michael Maher, if you'd give us your presentation about what is being proposed.
Thank you, Mayor. Mayor Tecklenburg, and I'm assuming you can hear me.
We can.
Okay. Mayor Tecklenburg, council members, everybody out there in Charleston Zoom land. We're pleased to be here tonight. As Mayor Tecklenburg mentioned, we've been eager to give you an update on West Edge, but obviously the most poignant issue right now is to talk about our permit application. And so I think we'll focus this update on that issue and our efforts moving into phase 2 of West Edge. Nevertheless, this update is also for us an opportunity to tell you how excited we are and proud of the progress that we have made at West Edge. And I'm going to share my screen at the same time and hope that it comes up for you. And I'm assuming you can see my screen now, which is an image of West Edge. So as I mentioned, we're very excited about the progress that we have made, especially the recent completion really of phase 1 of the West Edge project and the opening in particular of 22 West Edge, the keynote project in the West Edge district today. As you may know, this new office research lab building provides a cutting edge space for the growth of our life sciences economic cluster in Charleston and the Charleston region. In addition to housing the flagship, the city's flagship, it also, we have our first star tenant, if you will, which is Vicor Scientific, which if you don't know is one of the leading companies in South Carolina's efforts to respond to the COVID-19 pandemic. They're in the 8th floor of West Edge, 22 West Edge, and have actually been growing onto other floors as their activity has continued to ramp up during the pandemic. So the vision we've all had for what West Edge could become is coming to fruition already within the first phase. We still have much work to do, and as we move into phase 2 of West Edge, to begin looking in addition to some of the other infrastructure challenges that we have with our site. The most challenging aspect of the West Edge site is its history, as everybody has alluded to, as a municipal waste landfill. Of course, this wouldn't be allowed today, particularly in the configuration that it's in, but it's a regrettable fact that in the 1950s, this unlined landfill obliterated the salt marsh. As a part of the closure of the landfill in 1973, the landfill was capped and several water courses that originally existed in the marsh area were combined into a perimeter drainage channel that went originally around the landfill and then ultimately was shifted and moved so that it now flows through much of the landfill. It outfalls where Gadsden Creek originally connected to the Ashley River. In the past 40 years, the site has gradually settled. The landfill cap has eroded away within the water channel in particular due to the combined effects of tidal ebb and flow and stormwater outflows. And many of the challenges that landfill has below the surface have now come to be exposed at the surface. West Edge has been working with a team of experts for over 10 years to identify the issues that underlie this site and to craft the most responsible, economically viable, and environmentally responsible approach to implement long-term solutions to resolve the challenges of the site that have impacted the West Side, as Councilmember Gregory has mentioned, for decades. These efforts have included outreach to the West Side neighborhood, Gadsden Green and the surrounding community, advocacy groups, the regulatory authorities of the United States Army Corps of Engineers, South Carolina DHEC, and the city. The process includes multiple submittals of detailed analysis, engineering, and drainage reports, a multi-step process that has been going on since 2012. We've also had 2 separate public comment periods and 2 public hearings during this process. Throughout the process, in collaboration with our many stakeholders, we have refined the permit application. We have adapted and changed the permit application and the design of the project in response to a lot of input from the stakeholders that work with us and exist around us. And we're now at the point of needing a clear message of the city's support and collaboration in this effort to the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers and to South Carolina DHEC and the Ocean and Coastal Resources Management Office of DHEC. An important component of West Edge's holistic approach is a drainage improvement plan necessary because of the tidal flooding situation and the risk of exposure to landfill contaminants that create negative impacts on the health, safety, and welfare of the public, with disproportionately high adverse effects at risk on the adjacent minority and low-income populations, particularly of Gadsden Green and the West Side. On the slide, what you see is essentially 4 challenges that we summarize within this slide. The increasing magnitude of tidal flooding exacerbated by the land subsidence, the settling of the landfill, and sea level rise combined, plus the overwhelming risks of storm surge. This challenge is, we think, documented very well in some of the application materials that we have. We've identified that, for example, Haygood and Fishburne intersection flood in 2019 flooded over 166 days. And the line in Haygood intersection over 143 days where water flowed over the street. We've also estimated that these intersections had 1 foot or more over the crown of the road on 23 days in 2019. This frequency and magnitude of flooding, tidal flooding, is only going to get worse as sea level continues to rise. This tidal flooding would be eliminated when the proposed new system on this permit application is implemented. The insufficient stormwater capacity due to the tidal inflow, while some have argued that the wetlands help to solve stormwater problems, when the low-lying areas of these wetlands are filled with tide waters, there is no capacity for the stormwater. And that's one of the issues that we have in this location along Haygood, is the stormwater capacity is very often taken up by tide waters. So in heavy rain events, especially on an incoming tide, there is no place for the water to go but into the community. And again, that water is being exposed to those contaminants that were described by Bob McPhee earlier. We have strategies to deal with the stormwater, and I'll go into that in detail in a little bit. The flooding that impedes, covers Haygood also impedes access to the community, access to schools like the Charleston Development Academy, to businesses and to homes. But it also creates an impediment to emergency access, both into and out of the community, both in a hurricane event, but also on a daily basis when there might be an emergency in Gadsden Green or the areas that are impacted by this flooding. And then, of course, as we've mentioned, the landfill contaminants threaten the community because of the landfill cap erosion, because of the exposure of those, and because the intermingling of tide waters and storm water with those contaminants. In addition, the discussions about environmental justice have also been alluded to. The environmental conditions of this site, as had already been outlaid for you by Bob McPhee, represent a very significant risk to the community. In addition to collecting the data that we have collected over the history of the site and doing testing that we've done during our process and other testing that's been performed on the site, we have tested surface waters, soil, as well as the leachate. The contamination is real, and that's been affirmed by the city's independent engineer. And the contamination is significant. Some particularly notable levels of contamination, Bob talked about the toxic pollutants as metals and PCBs. We're talking about metals like arsenic and lead and mercury. These are not benign situations, and these are not things that we would find typically in the background of our recreational or our surface waters, nor would we want to find them. In addition, we've also done water sampling that identified high levels of E. coli and Enterococcus bacterias that, again, are being exposed to the community whenever we have a high tide or a heavy rain or a combination thereof. The Post and Courier did its own studies several years ago that also affirmed much higher levels during heavy storm events of those bacteria levels. Permanent capping of the landfill would protect the public from exposure to these toxic pollutants in perpetuity, and will remove them from conveyance in tidal and stormwater flows into the community and out to the Ashley River. While these issues impact the whole community, they also create environmental justice concerns, as these impacts may have disproportionately high adverse effects on established minority and low-income populations adjacent to the site. The Federal Executive Order 12898 requires that those considerations are particularly poignant when we're talking about vulnerable populations. West Edge is focused on working to remove these negative impacts on the health, safety, and welfare of the public, particularly in this community. I want to talk in particular about some of the stormwater improvements. I think it very often, as has occurred during the public comment period, people say, I'm opposed to filling the creek. This is not a project to fill the creek. This is a project to solve significant problems of flooding, contamination that are caused in part by the creek itself. And so the effort is a detailed and holistic approach, which includes a very significant investment in stormwater drainage. This is a strategy that's been developed by our engineering team with collaboration with the city's stormwater department and others. Proposed stormwater system will restrict the tidal inflow and subdivide the drainage basin into more manageable areas, directing stormwater more efficiently to the deep tunnel system or to the closest outfall. If you can see my cursor, I'll describe this very quickly in this diagram. So this is the West Edge area. This would be the Gadsden Green and Harmon Field areas. So the strategy takes what right now is a singular water course that runs through the site out to the Ashley River, that then also has tidal flow that flows back up into the community, and would divide that up into 3 new systems that divide the drainage basins into smaller components and then directly deal with the drainage in each of those basins. The first of those is to take lands of Gadsden Green and the Ashton Street area and Alway Street area. And because with the overall holistic approach, by cutting off the tidal influence to this area, we then would be able to connect this drainage basin to the city's Spring Fishburne deep tunnel system. Right now, it cannot be connected because it's tidally influenced. And if you let the tide fill up the Spring Fishburne deep tunnel, there won't be any capacity for any of your stormwater. Once we cut off the tidal influence of Gadsden Creek, we are able to make that connection and would do so with a new stormwater pipe that would go underneath Haygood Avenue and connect up the existing stormwater systems in this area and connect it to that deep tunnel. The second component would be the creation, if you will, of a new stormwater basin that would not be tidally influenced, would not be filled with tidewater, and would not cause tidal flooding. It would be actually connected to the north, to the basin that exists north of the Joe and adjacent to the Citadel. This connection would go through an existing outfall that goes between Stony Field and the National Guard Armory. As a part of this new system, that connection from the lowest lying area of the site, this stormwater basin, along Fishburne and out to that outfall would also include a tide gate at Fishburne so that the tide would not be allowed to flow back into this low-lying area and create tidal flooding for Gadsden Green and Harmon Field and Haygood. The third component of the system would be the actual stormwater drainage within West Edge, some of which we've already put in place as a part of phase 1, and other pieces of which would go in as the project develops in these next phases. And those would be connected to the existing outfall at Gadsden Creek. Because the new parts of West Edge are engineered with large capacity pipes and greater elevation changes, and the raising of the streets and the draining of surfaces that are actually the roofs of buildings, we don't need to have a tide gate at the large culvert at Lockwood Boulevard, because we will be preventing that tidal water from actually coming through West Edge and into the community. We'd be essentially cutting it off from doing so. That would be the strategy that is, as you can tell, is a far more inclusive and integrated system than simply quote unquote filling the creek. It's essentially creating a whole new system to deal with both stormwater and tidal influence, and in the process, segregating in perpetuity the landfill contaminants that occur underneath the site. We did some analysis of the cost and the funding challenges of this project, and we provided those in this table, which I won't go through in detail. But the first column is essentially an economic model of the costs and the revenues that are created within West Edge to create new TIF revenues in order to fund these important and expensive public infrastructure investments. The overall model includes what we've already spent and will spend in this permitting process of close to over $400,000 ultimately in engineering, design, and planning work to actually execute this permit. All of that combined together with the, as I mentioned, the sort of very detailed funding model that we've developed creates a project that we think is economically viable as well as environmentally responsible and implementable in a phased approach. The other options, as were alluded to by Bob McPhee, are for this not to be a West Edge problem, but to be a city's problem. And in that case, either the city would have to take on repairing the cap or a full-fledged restoration project. And we tried to map out what those costs might be. We did not fully estimate them as we did with the costs of our proposed system, but we did extrapolate from the costs that we had identified to come up with what we thought were generally the costs you would expect. And what's also important is also the opportunity costs, the lost TIF revenues, the lost land values, that would also become part of that balance sheet. And that's where you see the very drastic difference between a project we think is economically viable and two approaches which do not, if you will, quote unquote, pencil out as economically viable for the city to be able to execute. An important component that I mentioned is that Haygood Basin. This is a project, a part of the project that has come quite significantly through the collaboration with some of the advocacy groups and the neighborhood groups that we've been working with. And that would be the establishment along Haygood of a new stormwater basin. We would be over excavating the existing low-lying area, recapping and relining that area and creating a new stormwater basin that would be freshwater and that would be tidally protected so that the capacity for stormwater would not be compromised by tidal waters. That would then convey along Fishburne and out the outfall between Stonyfield and the National Guard Armory. This would be a kind of teaching environment of showing as an extension of both the public realm on Haygood, but also Harmon Field, and a tool for the adjacent Burke High School and Charleston Development Academy for students to really understand in this amenitized environment how fresh water goes to the sea and how the processes of filtering in wetlands from freshwater into saltwater outfall marsh areas and then into the Ashley River and then into the Atlantic Ocean, how that whole system works. So we think this would also bring great new public realm benefits and a much more, as I mentioned, amenitized and aesthetically pleasing environment than the current situation along Haygood Avenue. It would also include, in time, the ability to re-envision how Haygood Avenue is configured with sidewalks, with safe bike paths, as well as maybe a road diet so that it would not be a sea of asphalt, but in fact be a new piece of public realm that ultimately we would hope to connect across Septima Clark Parkway to the medical district with the Haygood crossing that we are currently working on with the city and with the Medical University and others to try to implement with the collaboration of the South Carolina DOT. In addition to these on-site improvements, we also have been working with the Open Space Institute on a 20-acre saltwater wetland mitigation project upstream within the basin or within the Ashley River basin, and which would increase wildlife habitat, would increase recreational opportunities, but most importantly, improve water quality in the Ashley River in its headwaters as it comes down through the site. We have already heard from Bob and Fee that the waters of the Ashley River as they pass by Brittlebank Park are already compromised. And the more that we can do to help clean further upstream, it also improves the water quality and the quality of life along Brittlebank Park for recreation and other uses. Finally, I'd also like to address how what we're proposing is in alignment with the Dutch dialogues. The Dutch dialogues assumed as a part of their project on the downtown peninsula, a perimeter protection system, which also included the creation of surface storage areas called polders. And in the overall peninsular map on the west side of the peninsula, they identified the area north of Joe Riley Stadium alongside the Citadel as one of those significant holding basins, polders, to be part of an integrated system into the long-term future in coordination with the perimeter protection system. These three slides, or these two slides, if you will, overlay the West Edge current proposal with the Dutch dialogues in the same area. And you can see that what we're proposing is essentially putting in place what the Dutch dialogues team recommended as a long-term solution to a combination of a perimeter protection system with sea level rise and the need to store stormwater behind that perimeter protection system. The link that we would create from the lowest lying area of the site at Haygood and Fishburne out to that would be essentially putting in place that first part of the Dutch dialogues. And that is also in keeping with the current proposals of the Corps of Engineers and its coastal flood risk management study. So in summary, and I'm not going to go through the text on this slide, but in summary, what I will say is that this whole presentation will be on our website under the news and events. Also, all of our documents that have been submitted to DHEC, all of our permit materials and our testing information is all also available on our website. But this demonstrates for us, we think, that the permit application details commitments for civic investments that will result in significant community benefits beyond the specific community benefits of the permit application. The West Edge development also, as a whole, is bringing long-term benefits to the city, to the community, and those that surround West Edge. All these commitments are consistent with West Edge's mission to advance economic development and to improve the quality of life in the surrounding neighborhoods. They represent community investments on behalf of the West Edge Foundation and all of our partners of over $20 million in investments in public infrastructure and TIF revenues that were created because of the success and will be created through the success of the development of West Edge to the benefit of the West Side, Gadsden green communities, and to the city as a whole. It's important to note that West Edge is developing with no displacement of any existing residents, and it will continue to be that way. West Edge is contributing significantly to the city's affordable housing programs. Already, we have contributed through the projects that have occurred in West Edge, almost $3 million that the city has to deploy for affordable housing. And as full build out of the project, potentially over $7 million and or more workforce housing within West Edge. The public supermarket is another important public benefit because the West Side has long been a food desert. And for especially vulnerable communities who don't have the ability to access healthy and economical food options, a supermarket becomes a really, really important community resource. All of this together, we think, demonstrates a huge community benefit that will come out of all of this work. And we believe is fully in keeping with the ethic that we've tried to develop with West Edge on behalf of the city and the Medical University and its foundation. With that, I'll be happy to answer any questions. And I think I will turn off my screen share so that you can maybe just can, and I'm happy to go back to the screen share if need be.
All right, thank you, Michael, for that presentation. Any questions or comments from council members? Questions first, if you will. All quiet. Any comments? Councilmember Jackson and then Waring.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I really appreciate the emphasis of your report tonight, Mr. Mayor, on behalf of the foundation. Do you think that in trying to listen well, we've all heard as clearly as they can communicate it, and they've done a wonderful job. The advocates who are speaking out on the future life of the environment on the West Side. And so I do appreciate that we have a plan that is much more holistic on its face than I think some of the earlier programs that I am familiar with just from knowing about them, not being part of that process at all. So I think that we have a basis for bringing the West Side residents into a more holistic creating a community process. And I'm really looking forward to the leadership of our council members from that area. It's serendipitous that both Councilmember Saccharin and Councilmember Gregory are the new co-chairs of the Commission for Equity, Inclusion, and Racial Conciliation. And I don't take that as a coincidence. So I do feel like that is an amazing opportunity for our commission to sort of put its actions to where our words are hoping to take us in all of those goals. And I think this is just an amazing opportunity, but I do feel like, as Councilmember Gregory said so eloquently from his own life experience, it's really time, for us to step up and be the elected representatives that we are and make decisions that we know are difficult and being, advised to us on all directions. So I'm ready to make the decision whenever you call us to that question, Mayor. And I do feel like this is going to be an adventure that we can only begin for West Side, but we need to make sure that it starts out as like I said, holistically as possible to create the kind of community and the benefits that these residents and the people who have a future here really deserve from the city and all the stakeholders. So thank you very much. I really appreciate knowing all about the drainage, and I hope that we can get it done.
Thank you. Councilmember Waring.
You're muted.
You're on mute, Councilmember.
Thank you. Thank you. Out of deference, I think I should sit back and listen to Councilman Saccharin first, if this is his area, and Councilman Gregory areas before I speak. Does Councilman Saccharin, do you have a few words I'd like to hear from you, if you choose to speak?
Thank you, Councilman Waring. I was going to defer my time to Councilman Gregory. This is squarely in his neighborhood, but certainly my district butts up against it. I do have some thoughts, and I'll share them. I agree wholeheartedly with Councilmember Jackson in regards to a holistic approach to this. I've already spoken with Councilman Gregory, and looking at this through the lens of our special commission, in particular around environmental justice, and taking a comprehensive overview and a holistic approach to making sure that we just not only address the creek itself, but certainly address the entire neighborhood. That's something that I'm particularly interested. I can't speak for Councilman Gregory, but I do think it's time to make a decision. I will be ready to make the vote. And I just want to thank Michael from West Edge, and I also want to thank Robert McPhee from GEL for your information. It certainly helps me, from a rational and data standpoint, figure out what's best. But I will defer the rest of my time or defer to Councilman Gregory, because I'm sure he wants to chime in. But I think we have an opportunity here to make a decision as a council and really bring this and intertwine this with the work we're doing on the special commission. Those are my comments.
Terrific. Councilmember Gregory, back to you.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, in terms of a community that is well informed on this issue, the West Side and even Gadsden Green is very informed. We started talking about this in 2009.
Wow.
I became a council member representing the West Side. There was nothing that would happen with regard to the horizon, because that's what it was at that time, okay, without them knowing. We had lengthy discussions about the effects of the development on property values. We had discussions with regard to the type job creations that will occur as a result of the West Edge. We had discussions about having a new knowledge-based economy in our backyards, giving our children the opportunity to compete for those jobs. We've talked about the West Edge in terms of the Citadel, Burke High School, the Medical University, the College of Charleston, as a campus of learning. We're talking about high-tech bio research, knowledge base, industry right in our backyard. So the West Side has been waiting for this for years. And now that it's coming to fruition, it looks as though, okay, we're getting obstacles in our way of completing something that we have been working on for years. The West Edge Foundation is at every neighborhood meeting over these years to keep the neighborhood informed of what's going on. And that's why there's overwhelming support from the West Side neighborhood for West Edge. So, I mean, I wish it was on the agenda tonight so we can vote for this thing and get it out of the way, and to make sure that the people on the West Side clearly understand that we're in full support of their interests. And their interest is, number one, public health and safety. We have stomached this issue of environmental injustice for years. And I do think that if we do anything other than what we're supposed to do, at least in my opinion, is to support this permit, okay, so that we can move forward, because time is money, and the support of the city is very, very important with regard to our application. So I'm a little frustrated because I thought that we were a bit further along, okay, than what I'm getting. I'm ready to get this thing rolling and give the kind of support that I think our city should give. I mean, and given the community benefits. The community benefits are pretty high here.
Councilmember Sacrum, then Waring.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mayor. Just one thing I would be remiss if I didn't mention is, we've heard from Mr. Palmer, Mr. McCollum, Arthur Lawrence, all living in the neighborhood. My job is to represent my constituents, and if I was to do anything otherwise, it would be against my job and the oath I took. So when I hear from my constituents loud and clear, they actually live in that community, and hear from Councilman Gregory and other folks at the West Side meeting about where they stand, it makes my decision much easier. So I just wanted to say, I support it. I'm calling a vote. And I just want to say thanks to Mr. Palmer, Mr. McCollum, and Mr. Lawrence for their comments tonight. Thank you.
Councilmember Waring, I wasn't being rude, but you had mentioned you wanted to hear from Sacrum and Gregory.
No, you're right. No, I completely understand. I did. No. I'm not slighted at all, Mr. Mayor. Number one, thank you to all the council and to you, Mr. Mayor, for getting this independent opinion. Because many people, if you read the emails, the assumption was that the city hadn't done that. So, Mr. McAfee, the work you gave, I salute you. To legal, what does it take for us to add this to the agenda tonight? We've had a number of public hearings on this. There's no need to kick this can down the road anymore. The information is clear. We need to put a motion on the floor tonight. Listen, environmental discrimination is rampant in this country for decades. Why do you think they put the dump there? Do you know where the incinerator was for the county of Charleston? Smack dab in the middle of an African-American community. We have a chance to do a cleanup. When they had the explosion, Mr. Mayor, what was the factory up in your district, Councilmember Mitchell, that killed a couple of people in the plant up there?
Oh, that was, yeah.
Again, you're on mute, Mr. Councilmember Mitchell, but my point is,
Albright and Wilson.
Albright and Wilson. It shattered window panes West Ashley. That's how huge the explosion was. Again, right up in the Rosemont community. We have these things all over. We have a chance tonight to move this one forward with accurate information that was independent. And to say that the public hadn't had a say on this, Councilman Gregory, is spot on. This has been going on for years. I mean, the debate has been going on for years about capping this very landfill. So from the legal standpoint, what do we need to do to add this to the agenda tonight?
2/3 votes.
Well, Susan's probably out there. Normally it would be a 2/3 vote.
2/3 votes.
Susan?
Yes, sir. So basically, two things. One, you would need a 2/3 vote on the matter. And you also, because it's a final action, would need to make a determination that there are exigent circumstances. And so there's a greater level required if you're going to go ahead and take final action tonight.
Well, the pollution is flowing as we speak. We know that. When I look at Councilman Gregory and his representation on West Edge, I look at him as the city representation, the eyes and ears of the city representation on that board. And anytime any of us as council people are represented on different boards and commissions, I listen clearly when you all come back with a report, because you have been to those allied agencies meeting. I haven't. I think it would be in keeping for Councilman Gregory to make the motion. I'll be happy to make the motion. I'll be happy to second the motion. But to put this on the agenda tonight for to move forward. And pollution that we now know of that's independent.
Yes.
Is there a motion?
I so move that we put this on the agenda to support West Edge's permit.
I second that motion.
We got a second. We want to add this to the agenda to support the West Edge permit application. Any, this is just to add it to the agenda, not on the.
Yes.
All in favor to add it to the agenda, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? It's on the agenda. Now to take up the motion. Any discussion from council before we take a vote?
Move for approval.
Second.
We got a motion to approve and a second.
Yes.
Councilmember Seeking.
I just want to be clear, and Mr. Dina or council members Gregory are wearing exactly what the vote is in terms of supporting the application. Is this also tied into some kind of financial arrangement through all this, or what are we actually voting on?
We're just simply supporting the permit from DHEC that West Edge has applied for.
And the Corps of Engineers.
And the Corps of Engineers.
Michael Maher.
Yes, I think what is being asked of it would be the letter of support from the city for the application as an affirmation of the work that's being done and proposed to be done.
And I take it, Michael and Mr. Mayor, there's still going to be some conversations between us about all the financial implications of all this going down the road, right?
Well, correct. My understanding is that West Edge is really through their permit proposing to enact these improvements that will importantly address the flooding by dividing that basin into 3 different sections, and then in the process helping us with our liability of securing the cap over the landfill. And then they will be reimbursed, however, by the tax increment finance district over time. So in essence, that's those are funds that would otherwise have come to the city. So by our contribution or reimbursement of TIF funds, we do participate at the end of the day. Am I expressing that correctly, Michael?
Yes, sir. And we would anticipate that for each project or for each phase of things, that as we have done already in the past, we would execute we would work on and execute with the city a TIF reimbursement agreement as a part of each of those projects. And I think at that point, any of the issues or just things that Councilmember Seekings is alluding to, those would also obviously be resolved during each of those processes.
Any further questions? All in favor? Susan?
Just wanted to add two things. One, I do think we need to have a finding on the record that this is an exigent circumstance, which I think Councilmember Waring pointed out and Councilmember Gregory pointed out. You know, there obviously is now evidence that we've got this serious leachate issue plus the sampling we have. The other thing I just wanted to mention for the new council members is that there is a history of city support of this project. Mayor Riley had already sent a letter of support to, I believe it was, I see Councilmember Gregory shaking his head, I believe it was to DHEC several years ago in support of the project. So I wanted to just include that in the record too.
All right. So I would just like to reiterate that the proposal does in fact solve a most serious drainage and flooding issue in our city. That's very clear. We've all seen Haygood close so many times due to tidal flooding. The WISE proposal that divides the water really 4 ways, y'all, 3 from West Edge and then 1 President Street is already planned to divert to the water from President Street is planned to divert to our deep water tunnel. So basically we're taking all the stormwater, reducing the amount of tidal inflow, and then rather than it all going out one place, it's going out 4 different places. And so it clearly is a benefit from a drainage point of view. The environmental side of this, I must admit, has been an issue that has 2 sides, because in most instances we would like to keep natural systems in place. That's just the natural inclination of the Dutch dialogues. It is of environmentalists. The big challenge here is that this ecosystem is on top of a landfill that honestly, you know, could have been better sealed and capped years ago. And now with the daily water, tidal water coming in and twice a day, erodes the bank of the landfill, exposes it for future contamination. And so, yeah, even I must admit to y'all, I thought, could we come up with a fix where you secure the landfill and maybe for 5, 10, even 20 years, it would work. But Councilmember Waring, once again, if you try to think out 50 or 100 years from now to really protect public health and our citizens from exposure to what's in that landfill, frankly, this is a more permanent, long-term solution. So I must admit some reluctance because of my inclination for natural systems, but I was a chemistry major, and I haven't practiced chemistry professionally, obviously. I'm a mayor now, but when I saw that test result from Terracon, and now it's been verified independently by GEL, it's clear that we need to address this contamination, and best to do it for the long haul rather than the short haul. So I did want to share my own thoughts about us supporting this, and I do think in the long run it's the right thing for us to do. Any other comments? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes have it. Thank you very much. Thank you, Michael. That was a very good presentation this evening.
Thank you, Mayor.
Yep. And Bob and Sean, thank you for your good advice and work on this as well.
Thank you, Mayor.
Great. All right, so next.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, sir.
just to make sure the record is clear, that I did not take part in the discussion or the vote to add this to the agenda item or on the vote itself.
I have it, council member.
Thank
Mi-
you, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Mayor,
Clear. Councilmember Ware.
I also want to be noted that through that long and arduous debate, Councilman Shaid was on his best behavior.
I cleaned out my inbox, so my email.
He didn't think it was possible.
I know.
Thank y'all all very much.
All right, next to another.
Mayor, not to be a stickler on here, but
Yes.
could we include in the fact that the motion was voted on that there were exigent circumstances that supported council taking this action tonight?
So
Thank you. Let the record reflect just that.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Okay, next is an update on our city's response to COVID-19. I think Tracy McKee and Shannon Scaff are going to make a very brief presentation about that. I will say that numbers are flattening out a little bit locally and statewide. And I was somewhat relieved when I spoke with my Monday morning call with Dr. Cole that hospitalizations are flattening a little bit. But here's the thing, I just want to make this point before they make the presentation. The virus, even if our numbers go back down to where they were 6 and 8 weeks ago, this virus is not going away until we have an effective vaccine. We must continue to preach and wear our masks when around other people and ask our citizens to do that. It's the only way that we're going to preserve our healthcare system, that we're going to get our kids back in school, that we're going to be able to keep our businesses open. And it's just critical, even if we are starting to see a little relief in the numbers, we got to keep it up. This is for the long haul. It's a new normal until a effective vaccine is in place. Tracy, you want to go first with some numbers?
Sure. Thank you, Mayor, and good evening, members of council. So I'm just going to, this should be very brief, but just wanted to show you the dashboard. You might remember not that long ago, most of these metrics that we've been tracking were red, using our stoplight approach to kind of illustrate where we are. So yellow is definitely improvement. We are certainly, seeing both a decline in the number of new cases per day, as well as a slowing in the growth rate of the virus throughout our community. If I scroll down, so you can see here is actually the graph of our growth rate. We hit a peak back here on June 24th of almost 19 or 18.5%. We're now down into a yellow zone and about at 1.75, and that's a 7-day average. So we've made some improvements. I do want to mention that that I, and as well as MUSC, are really very worried about the testing delays. However, these delays could actually be influencing what we're seeing in the data. So I think that needs to be considered and thought about as we take these numbers into account and how we're actually performing. However, I do want to say that we're actually seeing some really tangible positives. All of the hospitals in our community are seeing a stabilization in their number of COVID patients. And we're also seeing that stabilization in the number of our employee population as well. So, there are some good things happening, but I couldn't have said it better than the mayor just said. It's not the time to take our foot off the gas. People getting mask fatigue and things like that could easily send these numbers in the other direction again. So it's definitely the time to stay on top of all the good work that everyone's been doing. And I'm happy to take any questions. And with none, I'll turn it right over to Shannon though.
Councilmember Sackman has a question.
Thanks, Mayor. I'm not sure if this is the time to ask this or maybe let Shannon go. Just a general question about the transmission time and like the incubation. So the numbers we're seeing now and the decreases, those are essentially kind of like a 2-week lag. Is that correct?
Yeah, so there's a couple of things at play, right? So we know that the incubation period can be up to 14 days. So there's that delay, but now we are seeing test results being delayed. At least it's 8 days as the average. A lot of our employees, we aren't getting the test results back until they've exceeded their quarantine. So they're already back at work before we even get the test results. So I think that could prevent people from getting tested, right? So the testing is also, people are having trouble getting appointments because of the backlog. So if they can't get an appointment to get in a test, they're not getting tested at all. So I think there's a couple of things at play that could be impacting our data.
So would it be too early to basically state that the mask ordinance has helped, or?
You know, I would love to think that the mask ordinance has played a big role. Certainly there's evidence to show that that masks can definitely limit the transmission. I'm concerned with, I am cautiously optimistic, I'll say that, that this has had a real impact, but I think there's a couple of things going on with testing that make me very hesitant to say that.
Thank you.
Sure.
Shannon Scaff.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of council. I'm going to shift gears with you real quick. As I know, everybody's aware, we have a system out there that's yet to be named, but that's likely to change for the next day or so. Right now, Invest 92 is 435 miles east-southeast of the Leeward Islands with max winds at 40 miles an hour. It's moving west-northwest at 23. Again, tropical storm force winds are 39 to 73 miles an hour. The big message I want to send to all of you tonight is just to know that, as you've come to expect, we have a highly capable incident management team that's already standing by. As you all know, that we've had this hurricane task force that's been working for months now with COVID-19 and making sure that we address all of those needs to make sure that our own city staff is adequately equipped with PPE, and we have the protective measures in place to keep them all safe and healthy while we're activating. We have tens of thousands of N95 masks as a result of that acquisition that we had earlier this week. That's on top of 90,000 masks that are standing by for us. We have our feeding plan in place. We have a debris management plan in place. We have 75,000 sandbags on hand right now. So a lot of work being done in advance of any potential impacts of the storm. We're going to be watching it very closely. And of course, I will keep you up to date.
Thank you, Ken.
I have for you.
Councilmember Gregory.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, in terms of hospitalizations, I've experienced it myself where my brother-in-law was diagnosed with the virus and they literally sent him home to die. However, we were insistent that they take him back. But it caused a lot of wonder in my mind as to how many more Black and brown people, okay, are being sent home to die. It would be great to really dive into that kind of data and that kind of information. Because again, and I think Councilmember Jackson mentioned the importance of the Equity, Inclusion, and Racial Conciliation Commission. Health disparities is one of the things that we're going to be looking at. And I think as we look through what's going on with the COVID virus, the effect that it's having on brown and Black people, even in terms of service sometimes. I don't know whether any of you had an opportunity to look at the show, The Unconscious Bias. And one of the things that they talked about is the unconscious bias in the medical field, which causes Black and brown people not to get the kind of services that is necessary. So I just wanted to put that on the record. I mean, that's something that I experienced. This isn't something that I heard about, okay? That they literally sent my brother-in-law home to die, okay? Until we had to insist that he goes back. Of course, he got on a ventilator and eventually did die. But we didn't have any facilities or anything to really take care of him. And again, I just wonder how many more elderly, and I mean elderly too, elderly people, okay, are just being sent home. My neighbor who's a nurse, an RN at Roper, says that sometimes when the elderly come in and they're about to be released, they're being released and they have absolutely nowhere to go, okay? And what it does is it puts people in a position of becoming homeless. There's a connection, there's a tie. And I'm very excited about the commission, Mr. Mayor, because these are some of the things, while it may not be a city's responsibility, there are things that we can highlight as a city, because the people that are being affected are our constituents.
Yes, sir. Thank you. All right. So without further ado, if I could call on Susan Herdenia again to share with council with numbers 6 and 7. We're basically continuing again our declaration of state of emergency and our other emergency ordinances regarding COVID-19, but I think there were just a couple little tweaks, differences. So Susan, could you explain any of those to us?
Yes, sir. So item I6, see if I can get my camera on here. Okay. Item I6 is extending or continuing the declaration of the state of emergency. And Mayor, you requested that we extend it to, you requested that we extend it to August 20th, which would take us past the next city council meeting. So that's item I6. Item I7 is we're extending to August 20th a number of the emergency ordinances that we've passed before and continuing to extend those same ones until August 20th. The next item is I8. And that is an emergency ordinance that the police department requested. And I don't know if Police Chief Reynolds is on the line and wants to speak to this one or not. But under our existing parade ordinance, you're required to get a permit if your organization is going to be 50 or more. And that number was set a number of years ago as a result of an order by Judge Norton in federal court, who felt our previous ordinance that required as little as 1 or 2 people to get a permit was unconstitutional. So what we have done is reviewed the law, and we think under the unusual circumstances that we're in right now, that we can decrease, at least for the next 60 days, the number which can be placed on persons who are then required to get a parade ordinance from the police department. And this is not prohibiting anyone from organizing by any means. It's basically just changing the code section temporarily to provide that if an organization of 25 or more is going to be having a protest or a demonstration, they need to notify the police department and fill out a parade permit. And again, this was a request of the police department. They felt it was helpful given the fact that there have been protests popping up, different locations, same times, or even people trying to protest at the same location and the same time, that this would give advance notice to the police department and they could better organize their resources to respond to that. That's I8, excuse me. And then the last one we've made based upon comments that we've received from the public, a few tweaks to the ordinance that was passed last time with respect to masks and music and occupancy. And basically this is item I9. And the changes, if you've got it in front of you, appear on page 4 and page 5. And basically there are 3 changes. One, which is in section 3, number 5, the idea there is basically to strengthen the ordinance, and that if you are in public, you should have your mask on. The previous provision said, while maintaining a distance of 6 feet between other members of the public, you were not required to wear a mask. However, Dan Riccio and others who are enforcing the ordinance have said it is very difficult to enforce the ordinance with that 6 feet language in there, that it is easier to enforce it if we simply find people who don't have their mask on and should have it on. But you'll see there are exemptions to wearing the mask. And one is if you're outdoors with sustained athletic activity or a sustained outdoor physical activity. And then there are a number of other exemptions in the act. But again, we made the change to number 5, section 3, to hopefully make it a little bit easier to enforce the ordinance. Second change is the one that I just mentioned in section 4, paragraph 4. We added that, again, this was requested to assist with enforcement of the mask ordinance, that you did not have to wear a mask if you were participating in a sustained outdoor physical activity or a sports activity, and could keep a safe distance from other people. So the problem, again, that our officers were having was that if people were just slowly sauntering, walking around King Street, not paying attention to things, didn't have their mask on, this change would allow the officers who are enforcing the ordinance to go up to people and please say, wear your mask. However, on the other hand, if you were doing a power walk, or you were running, or you were playing a sport, you obviously did not have to wear your mask if you were safely social distancing. That's the second amendment. And then the third one was a change, and this is in section 7 on page 5 of the proposed amended ordinance. And there are really 2 changes in that. First of all, we were getting questions about whether restaurants and bars and venues could continue to play music on their sound systems after 9 o'clock. And the answer was yes, assuming that it's not loud. So, and that people have to talk over it. So the first change that's made in section 7 is to basically clarify that live music that is amplified, such as a band, a DJ, karaoke music after 9 p.m. is banned. However, if you've got your in-house sound system, you can continue playing it after 9 o'clock, so long as it doesn't rise to a level where people are going to be shouting over the music. Now, there were questions about how to enforce that. Is it going to be difficult to enforce? And frankly, we're just looking at the bars and the restaurants to look at this and respond responsibly. I don't believe that the police officers or livability officers intend to rush into bars and restaurants if their sound systems are loud. However, we are expecting the businesses to take on the responsibility of reading this ordinance and complying with it. And if they don't, they could get ticketed for that. The other big change that is made here is that we're expanding the application of the no live music after 9 to private venues and other businesses. There were complaints that were received that there was loud music at private parties in establishments that were open to the public, and there was a question of why wasn't the ordinance applied to them in the same fashion that it was in bars and restaurants. So this is an attempt to make those private events that are held in public spaces to be on the same playing field as your bars and your restaurants. So those are the changes that we're proposing, and this is item I-9. Happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Councilmember Mitchell.
Yes. Okay, I want to ask a question on item number 5, section 3, when it said public mask, if you're walking down the streets, correctly? Now, if you drive down King Street Thursday, Friday, and Saturday, nobody's wearing a mask walking down the streets. And they are congregating, because I do it every weekend. I mean, it's a crowd that they're not wearing masks walking the streets. So I don't know how we're going to be able to do anything about that. It's going to be rough. Because you'll find about 20 of them walking together. You'll find 10 of them walking together. You'll find more than that, sometimes 15 walking together in a crowd just walking down King Street. But they're not going to be wearing masks. So I don't know how are we going to enforce that. It's going to be very difficult, on our staff, what I'm saying.
Well, this change actually clarifies it to try to make it more straightforward to enforce.
Yeah. No, I'm saying you're harder, but because we don't have that many staff to do that. And when you're walking down King Street, if you come down King Street anytime at night, it's mostly at night, and you will see the crowd walking, and people are coming into the city. They're not wearing any mask, and coming out of the hotel there, they're not wearing. And I watched them; they're not wearing any mask. And I stayed in my car with my mask on, but they're not wearing any mask at all. And I said, how are we going to enforce that when people walking down the street that way, and there's a whole lot of them? I'm just wondering, how are we going to do it?
Understood. This is supposed to help clarify that. Councilmember Appel, then Gregory.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I've got a technical question regarding these ordinance amendments, and I want to be precise about the question because we're getting into the weeds here on some of this language. There was a reference to expanding the ordinance where the 9 p.m. amplified music requirement would apply. And I believe Ms. Herdina said that it would apply to private establishments open to the public. What about private establishments not open to the public? I mean, is the intent of the ordinance to cover that? Because in my mind, part of what we were getting at with imposing this ban for bars and restaurants were that live music is sort of a magnet that attracts people to come out late at night. But if we're talking about, a 50-person wedding at a private residence or some other private location that's not open to the public, it's not as if the people that are at the wedding at 8 o'clock are going to be much different than the people at 9 o'clock and 10 o'clock. So I'm just trying to get at what the intent of this ordinance is.
Yeah, Councilmember, that's a good question. And I don't believe that we have the legal authority at this point to regulate wholly private parties in private spaces. And that would be, somebody having 20 people in their home. I don't think that the city at this point has that authority. What this is intended to cover basically are the weddings that are held at the Marriott, the weddings that are held at, the Aiken Red House. Those are places that open themselves up for private events, but they are open to the public. And that is an area where I feel we can safely regulate. So this would apply to, like I said, the Marriott Hotel who's having a wedding, some of the different smaller venues that we have here in Charleston where people go to have parties, or mostly weddings. That's where the issue seems to be coming up, frankly. But I don't believe, although I think we would like to, I don't believe we have the authority to impose this requirement on a purely private property that's private event.
Councilmember Gregory.
You're muted.
You're muted,
Muted.
Gregory.
You're muted.
Okay, I'm back. I'm here. Okay.
Could we initiate a fine if people begin speaking while they're muted? Maybe a $5 fine.
Okay.
No, I'm just kidding.
Two things. Could we just simply temporarily amend our noise ordinance in order to capture the establishments just alluded to by Councilman Appel, which would be applicable to private?
Well, and I'm not even sure we'd have to amend our noise ordinance. I think that's just a different avenue that could be taken for those circumstances.
Okay.
So in other words, yes, if there's a private party that's loud,
yes,
the police under the current noise ordinance would have the authority to go in and tamp down the party, tell them to quit. That'll most likely disperse the group. So that is a mechanism we can use, but and I don't think we need to amend the ordinance to do that.
Okay, thank you. The second thing is on, I do think that this will make it clear that face masks need to be worn when and where. But I also think that if you really want to get the message out there, like we used to do when I was in civil rights, okay? You've got to make an example of some folks. And in making the example of some folks, it has to be publicized so that the general population would know that we're really serious about enforcing our mask laws. So I do think that what we've done here with the emergency ordinance makes that a little easier to do. But now I think we just have to do it, make some examples out of folks, and trust me, the rest will follow.
Thank you. I hear you. Councilmember Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to unmute.
Councilwoman, you're muted. Okay.
Yeah, I know. So I'm instead of
$5 fine.
holding down the key, which I always let up on, I'm going to make myself really unmuted. So I'm sorry. I really struggle with the inserts that we've put into this ordinance. I feel like, you know, we're sort of like playing whack-a-mole with our regulations, and the purpose of these regulations in terms of my motivation to vote for everything that we've done to regulate mask wearing in particular and social distancing has been to help establishments who have that kind of customer culture that is now demonstrated by, as Councilmember Mitchell reminds us every single meeting, people that are flaunting the public health by not wearing masks when they go out for a party night in an evening. And, you know, I'm sorry to be pejorative. I'm old. I used to do that, you know, but I don't know what I would be doing if I were you know, summer in the city. And I think I would be trying to protect my community because I've always had that community outlook. But anyway, I feel like we're sort of, you know, we're like punishing the people who are expecting to be as safe with their guests as they possibly can. So I heard from a museum director today as a good example of a corporate partner to our city who, they're going to lose our accommodations grant. They're losing revenue because they're basically the source of their funds are based on tourism. And one of the last economic factors that they have going for them is they have rented out their venue for private weddings between now and the end of the calendar year. And they are bending over backwards to make sure that their guests are practicing safe social distancing, wearing masks unless they're standing at the bar drinking or sitting at the table eating. They are corporate partners to the city. And I do feel like we've lost our, our overview of why we are doing this. We're trying to protect bar owners who don't want to be the bad cops telling their customers they have to wear a mask. So we're enforcing it inside those sort of walk-in, open to the public. Everybody goes in and out and in and out. This is a private event that the people who are paying have made a reservation to use this venue, some of them a year in advance. And they're just glad that at least it's safe enough to come into Charleston to make that plan. So I really feel like we're not going to have the enforcement capacity. I said that to the director when I talked to her today, and she said, I know, but how can we get the people who are paying their money down to be peaceful about that? They could be liable, if we're basically telling them that they can't have any music after 9. So most of these wedding parties are over at 10:30 and 11, according to the list that she sent me as an example. And I just feel like we should major on the main reasons why we're concerned that we have bars and restaurants that are open to the public too late in the night, and we're trying to regulate them by taking away the attraction of the magnet music. So I'm not going to agree with this amendment. I might be the only voice to say that, but it just doesn't make any practical sense to me. We've already heard that our enforcement people are stretched way too thin. I mean, we don't even know how many tickets have been issued, right? Since our last meeting. As of last meeting, it was 2. That's what we'd heard. And I really don't understand how the regulating can happen, the enforcement can happen, trying to decide by an officer standing, at the opening to a bar and eatery, if people are having to shout. I know we asked the question about decibels as the control for that, and I don't remember the answer. So I would like to hear why we can't just change that to a certain decibel level. This museum director told me that it's in their lease with any entertainment that happens at their museum to limit the decibel to 65. I think the Poorhouse had said 75. That was their deal with their bands. So I'm sorry to be a cranky old lady, but I really just feel like this is going to be way too hard, and we're not majoring on the main thing, which is to get people wearing masks out at night.
Thank you. Councilmember Sacrum and then Griffin.
Thank you, Mayor. 2 points I'd like to make just from the business owner's perspective. No business owner likes the restrictions that are being imposed on them. The business owners I spoke with, I'll voice that. So I'm sure that's no secret to anyone here. The concern that I continue to hear is consistent application of what we're asking folks to do. If we've only enforced this and we've only have 3 or 4 tickets, that sends the wrong message to the business owners, and 90% of them that are doing the right thing. I've heard from several business owners that said, if we're going to fine folks, fine them so it hurts. If you're going to impose these enforcements and regulations, make sure that we're writing tickets, set the example. Councilman Gregory is 100% correct. Set the example and make sure that folks realize that they shouldn't be walking down King Street without a mask. I feel bad for the business owners that are really bending over backwards to get it done. And what happens is if we do not enforce this, the number of business owners that are following the rules will slowly dwindle. And then we'll get back to the point that Tracy McKee and you mentioned earlier, we're not keeping our foot on the pedal. That's what I fear. So if we want to do what we're doing, we need to enforce this. And I get we're understaffed, but we've got to be writing more than just 2 or 3 tickets over a course of 2 weeks.
Let me interject that even though not many tickets have been written, and there was this uncertainty about the application for someone just walking down the street. So that's what one of these clarifications helps us with. But our livability folks have been keeping track of their warnings. So they've focused mostly on the businesses rather than compliance in the businesses, rather than just seeing an individual walking down the street and trying to give them a ticket, given that uncertainty there. So they've given out over 100 warnings, and compliance is really, after those warnings, they go back and compliance has been good amongst those businesses that we've been visiting and issuing those warnings. So I think with these clarifications this evening, you'll see more real tickets being written. Councilmember Griffin.
Hey, everybody. I've been pretty quiet tonight. That's kind of a rarity, but let me just say, first off, I'm very, very happy that it looks like our numbers are going down. But as Tracy pointed out, we have to be very diligent, and also we have to be aware that testing 8 days to get your test back. I mean, I've heard some horror stories. I've heard, just as Tracy stated, that people have gone to get tested and got the results after the 14-day quarantine was over. I've heard people that have sat in the lobby and waited 2 or 3 hours and said, you know what, I'm not waiting around, and then got a call and said that they were positive after they didn't actually take the test. So there's going to be a lot of errors and trial and error, and we have to err on the side of caution. And, I may have voted against the amendment at the last meeting, but ever since that meeting, and as always, I'm a law-abiding citizen, and I have worn my mask diligently in public. I wear it anywhere I go. I follow all of our city rules. I was made aware of some of these text changes last week. Towards the end of last week, I was made aware that there was a meeting with some of the restaurant and bar owners, and a couple of them complained, well, how come hotel or weddings have been able to keep their music past 9 and we haven't? So to me, I don't think we should be basically every time somebody complains about, well, why is this person treated differently than me? I don't think we should be coming back and amending this thing every single time that happens. This is now the second time we've amended this ordinance. We've voted on it 3 different times now in the last 3 weeks. We've got to give it some time to breathe and see if it actually works. And we can't keep adding because I can promise you, by the time we meet again in 2 weeks, somebody else will have complained and said, hey, I ran into this circumstance where somebody was not wearing a mask and I was, and I think y'all should amend it and add this person. Or I mean, we could kill ourselves with all these exemptions and all of these different venues. Wedding is definitely 100% different than a bar. A bar has people coming in and out, people from off the street that are bar hopping. A wedding has a designated guest list way ahead of time. And weddings are still very highly regulated by our state requirements of 50 or less. And so you're not going to have a huge group of people coming together. And a majority of weddings are going to have people that are related, that have been around each other. There's a lot of different circumstances in regards to weddings. In terms of the enforcement, I can understand where our officers may say, well, there's a little gray area with the whole 6 feet thing. However, if, like Councilmember Mitchell said, like Councilmember Gregory said, if you go down King Street on any given popular night, there's 100 people standing outside of the establishment in line, not 6 feet apart, not wearing masks. I am 25 years old, and trust me, I enjoy going out to our bars on King Street when it's available and safe. I have not done that whatsoever. I've stayed home. I've worked on my golf game instead, which it has not gotten any better, but at least I'm having fun and doing it with proper social distancing. But there are people that are just not going to follow this thing until you hit it where it hurts, which is their pocket. And we have to make a decision that, I mean, we can come up with all the, well, we should do this or we should do that. We could keep doing that and go on and on and on. Or we could start writing some tickets. And I can promise you, if we start writing a few tickets, a lot of these issues will clear up. And trust me, I am not a proponent for fining heavily our residents, especially right now with everything that we've gone through. Everybody's pocket is a lot lighter than it normally would be. But if you put a rule in place, whether you like it or not, you have to follow it. And if you refuse to follow it, you know, we can't keep making excuses for these people. And the more times that we come back and amend this thing and say, well, we want to make this thing even tighter and tighter and tighter. I think from the get-go, we had a pretty solid ordinance. And so I'm gonna go with Councilmember Jackson on this one, because I want to see our officers. We also at our last meeting gave our police officers the authority to write tickets as well. And so it's not just livability anymore. You can't tell me that from our 550 police officers and all of our livability officers, they have had that much of a trouble finding instances where they could write a ticket. I mean, I just think it's time that I think the motto has probably been education, 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 and that's good for a while. But when it comes back to us, people are wondering why we're not doing our job, and we're having to go back and amend these ordinances over and over and over again. At some point, we have to make sure that our officers, livability and police, are doing their job as well. And maybe it's time that I think we've done enough education is what I'm getting at. We can keep trying to text it to death and change the text and the dialogue and make it tougher and tougher and tougher. But I think it's time that our officers enforce this thing. We're moving in the right direction. And, you know, I think we're really doing a disservice to the private wedding venues. If they can follow all the other guidelines, it's a private event. It's not open to the public. It has a guest list. It's only in and out to those people that are visiting that specific. And even like the Marriott was an example, the Marriott's ballroom, you can't just walk in there and just join a wedding. I mean, that's, to me, is a very different circumstance. And we should at least, you know, try to work with these private venues that are following all the other rules. I appreciate y'all's time.
All right. So I certainly respect the comments about the other venues and the weddings. I must respectfully say that, you know, we've had no guidebook on how to have the best mask ordinance. We worked very hard to bring you the best one that we could 2 weeks ago, and it's a good one. But again, some of these requests come from our very enforcement people who want to make it clear so that they can feel comfortable writing that ticket if they need to. So we're just trying, you know, it's not meant to bring you all these different changes. It's trying to clarify things so that we can do a better job enforcing. And admittedly, with that caveat in place, as I mentioned, we've still been more on an education and compliance mode. I hear you loud and clear. It's time to move on to the next mode. Councilmember Del Chapo.
Man, I'm looking for that $5 fine, huh? I agree with so much that has been said prior to me. I agree with Councilmember Griffith that it comes across as though we're making excuses for why people aren't wearing masks. And, you know, that we're twisting ourselves up in a pretzel, making, you know, trying to rationalize why you're not wearing a mask as opposed to enforcing you're not wearing a mask. I think there's some very clear instances where it's an obvious circumstance. And I understand that that can't be the easiest conversation to have with someone, but if we pass these regulations and then they're not enforced, they're not going to be taken seriously. And that's going to carry forward in further things that we do. It's like, oh, well, they never took that seriously. You know, it's like the boy who cried wolf. And as far as a venue, if I'm going to rent for a birthday party or a wedding or something like that, I think that is absolutely completely different than folks walking in and out of a restaurant or a bar or, you know, that type of situation. So again, to the points that have been made before, I I don't see where that is even comparing apples to apples when it comes to the music. And I think, again, we're walking into a real gray area by just saying, well, you can't have music that people have to shout over. I don't know what that means. I may be hard of hearing, so folks may just have to speak up to talk to me anyway. I mean, it just, we just are, there's just too much going on that doesn't give us definitive rules to enforce, and our citizens don't know what they're supposed to do. Our business owners don't know what they're supposed to do. And so if we're going to make these amendments, I think there needs to be a very clear why behind it. Here's why we have to do this. And it has to be very specific, not something that causes a lot of leeway that, again, we're going to be right back to where we were of, well, we're having a difficult time enforcing this because nobody really knows what that means. So it's kind of like we've got to go all in, or we got to back all the way out. Is it, when it comes to some of these things, from my perspective, I don't, like I said, I do not agree with the renting a venue for a private event. And that also gets into contracts that people have signed long ago. People plan their weddings, I don't know, really far in advance. And then to have that kind of thrown on you on top of other things, again, there's also points in here, and I know this is what we're trying to do, is maintain goodwill. And so some of these things, I think we've got to recognize those places where maybe we need a little bit more goodwill, and those places where we need a little bit more tough love, and not get those lines crossed.
I hear your point. I mean, again, I would respectfully say if y'all want to pull the special venues out.
Yes, please.
I hear you.
Yes.
But let us keep the other change to make it clear for Dan Riccio and livability about the outdoor wearing of the mask versus the sports activity. I think that's really a reasonable thing for us to ask you to approve here tonight. Councilmember Schaefer.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I don't want to belabor the point, and I think we all seem to be in agreement to get rid of section number 7 of this amended ordinance dealing with venues and businesses, and I would recommend that we do that. I received a handful of calls, including in my backyard at Charleston Landing. It's exactly what Councilmember Chapo just mentioned, that there are folks who have planned these events well in advance, and it's going to create a tremendous hardship on them if we curtail these contracts. And I think the spirit of what we're trying to accomplish is not going to be fulfilled if we make this amendment to include venues and businesses, which are public places set out for private parties. So I would urge all of us to take that part of it out.
All right.
But the other amendments I think we need to include to make it easier and very clear to folks exactly, if you're walking on the streets at King Street, if you're going to a grocery store, wear a mask. And it doesn't have to happen late at night. I see it, I come down King Street in the morning, and there are a host of folks who are walking down King Street. And these are not people who are exercising, they're not out for recreation, they're just moving from point A to point B, and they're not wearing masks. And that's sort of the complication I think that folks are having on the enforcement part of it is, are they 6 feet apart? Are they exercising? We don't need to, we can make this thing very clear and very simple by having these amendments in here enforced. The other part that I want to mention that we haven't talked a whole lot about, while we've been dealing with the educational component of all this, I don't know what we're doing as far as going to hotels and motels and making sure that when visitors check in, they're notified exactly what the ordinance is, and just making it very clear to them. And I think we've got these billboards out, we've got these handbills out that we've been delivering to other establishments. Why not make sure that the hotels are very much aware, so that when folks come in to register for their rooms, they are notified exactly what the rules are so that when folks are here visiting, they know they have to wear a mask. It's really just that simple. Just put a damn mask on and tell folks when they come to the city exactly what they need to do. And going back to that point of enforcement, you know, I'm a criminal defense lawyer. I represent folks all the time, but nothing gets people's attention more than if they hear a judge tell them, you have violated the law and you're going to spend the night at Lee's Avenue. And that sounds very draconian. It sounds very harsh. But once the word gets out, if you're flaunting this rule and you're flaunting this law, that you're going to spend a night in jail, you will get a lot of people's attention very, very quickly. And I just want to make one more comment because I did talk to Councilmember Gregory earlier this week about his father, this brother-in-law. And what he's mentioning is something we have got to be aware of as to how this virus is affecting other folks, particularly browns and blacks. It is, and the numbers are speaking very highly about that. I don't know what we can do as a city, but we need to be pointing that out and highlighting that. And Councilmember Gregory, my heart goes out to your family for the loss of your brother-in-law. But we have got to be educating ourselves a little bit more of how other parts of our community are being directly impacted by this virus. And it is disproportionate to the rest of the community. Thank you for pointing that out, Councilmember Gregory. I think it just needs to be repeated.
Thank you. Councilmember Seekings.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I'll be brief because everything has been said on this, but I wholeheartedly agree with the comments about enforcement. And I know we need to make some tweaks to make it clear. The walking thing was part of it, but as we all have seen, no matter where you are in our community, no more so than downtown, compliance is challenged, to say the least. And I think if we make it very clear statement through this ordinance tonight, what our policies are and that they're going to be enforced, we're going to have the tools to get people to comply. And just thinking about this debate, we're talking about the private venues and the weddings. If we have a team out there seeking compliance, do we want them to go in and tell people to turn down music or to put masks on? And the answer is put masks on. So I think that we're consonant with what we're doing. I wholeheartedly agree that we should put this in there and then see how this all works and get the message out. Please wear your mask, because I will tell you the compliance rate is super low. And I think we all know that. So I'm going to support this as long as we take out section 7, part whatever that is, addendum.
I hear that consensus among us. Susan, are you clear on what we would need to take back out to satisfy this?
And just to clarify, you're not talking about taking out section 7 altogether, are you? Just talking
just
about
additional language.
Not accepting the changes that are in this reflected by the strike-throughs and the bolds in the section 7 that's before you tonight.
Exactly.
Okay.
We'll leave section 7 as it was and leave the other proposed changes, if that's okay with everybody. Sounds like we have some
Mayor,
consensus.
when I looked at this.
Councilmember Appel first, then Gregory.
Seeking Stewart.
Just one quick follow-up very quickly. Just looking at this, I see that if we vote on this tonight, it's immediately enacted and it's 61 days. Is that correct?
That's correct. It will expire in 61 days. Last for 60 days.
Thanks.
Councilmember Gregory, back to you.
I think it was Appel's turn.
I was just going to say, Mayor, that we'll need a motion to that effect. I don't think we have one on the floor.
I so moved.
Motion.
Okay, we've got a motion.
I'll second.
Councilmember Appel.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I appreciate all the further clarifications that we've received tonight. You know, I really want to echo the need for increased enforcement on this mask issue. And I think the governor of South Carolina challenged us on this issue. He decided not to put in a statewide mask mandate for one simple reason. He doesn't believe it's enforceable. Well, let's respectfully prove him wrong on that issue. And let's lead as we've led from day one on COVID and the proper response, that this is a very simple way to get this thing under control. It's something that we can do within our abilities. It's a reasonable exercise of the city's authority and resources and capacity. There are certain things that are outside of our control when it comes to this pandemic. last Monday, I went and got a COVID test at the St. Julian Divine free clinic that the city put up for restaurant employees. I wasn't showing any symptoms or anything like that. I really went mainly as a fact-finding kind of deal, just to kind of see what the process was like. And yeah, it gets all the way up into your nose. It's pretty unpleasant. But you know, we're on day 8 right now, and I haven't gotten my results yet.
Right.
And that's insane. But here's the thing: there's nothing that the city of Charleston can do to control that. That is outside of our control. The failure of this country to be able to turn around testing results and to have the right labs and resources in place is just a big issue that is a major failure in this national effort, but it's outside of our control. And I just point that out just to say, we got to control what we can control, just like everything in life. I think when we really start getting into splitting hairs and ordinances and really getting kind of abstract and esoteric with some of the way that we're structuring our regulations, we sort of lose our way on this. I think we could send a tremendous message to not just the city, but the entire state of South Carolina by enforcing our mask ordinance in a more assertive way. You know, if you haven't received the education yet that wearing a mask is an important public health measure, there's no hope for you at this point. There's a growing consensus. I'm sort of anecdotally seeing a little bit more mask wearing around. So I think perhaps the message is getting across to people. But as Councilmember Shea had said, and several others have said today, you know, part of what makes the laws work is that they get enforced. I mean, you know, for every, 9 people that are speeding on the interstate, 1 person gets caught, but, you know, we don't throw out speed limits because we can't catch everybody. But the fact that we're writing tickets out there causes some people to slow down. And that's the effect I think we're trying to have. So I think we're making good policy on this, and really, really appreciate the conversation today.
Okay. I hear you loud and clear. So could we proceed and take action on number 9 with leaving section 7 as is without the amended language?
Mr. Mayor, you also need to vote on items 6, 7, and 8. Those haven't.
Thank you. I realize we haven't voted on 6, 7, and 8. But we had a motion on the floor already, folks, for number 9. So if you don't mind, let's vote on number 9, then we'll go back and pick up 6, 7, and 8.
Second.
Well, there's a motion on the floor that we accept I-9 with the exception that the changes in section 7 will not carry forward. Is that clear? Any other discussion on that, on number 9?
Who made
all
the
in
motion?
favor, please say aye.
I did.
Aye.
Okay, thank you.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. The ayes have it. Now,
Can we take 6, 7, and 8 together?
Take 6, 7,
Second.
8
Move
together.
6, 7, and 8.
We had some questions and discussion about those already. Is there any additional questions or discussion about those? Councilmember Jackson.
Not tonight.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, I didn't realize that you'd actually entertained discussion on all 3 of them. So I have reservations about I-8 changing the number. I know it's been recommended to us by the chief and his advisors. I guess I'm just worried that, my personal opinion is that we're trying to calm down the situation that happens pretty reliably every Sunday at White Point Gardens. And I feel like there must be a more targeted solution to make sure that those 2 groups of opposing protesters are not tempted to any sort of, more violent or more inflammatory behavior. But to put a kibosh, as my dad would say, on people that are, on Facebook and saying, we're going to go to the park and show our appreciation or show our resistance to a particular thing that's going on in their own neighborhood. And, so number 26 person shows up, are we going to, break them up? I don't think so. I really feel like this is another one of those where we're overthinking the real problem, which is making sure that the people who are showing up at White Point Gardens every Sunday, mad as heck, and they can't take it anymore, that we have a way of keeping them safe. But I don't really appreciate having to put a 50% change to the number of people that have to get a parade permit. It's not that easy. I mean, maybe, yes, you file a form and then it's processed, but there's a lot of these things that happen more spontaneously. And I'm a first rights person, so I just really feel like I needed to say that. Thank you.
Well, if I may add though, Councilmember Jackson, part of this difficulty has been coronavirus as well. I mean, we've been on the ordinances where no more than 10 should be able to gather. Then it went to the CDC's recommendation now is no more than 25 should gather. So, I mean, the thinking of it was not just about the public safety aspect with permitting demonstrations, but also just a matter of trying to keep, just like we were just discussing with COVID, to keep the numbers down, keep people from congregating because they're passing the virus as well. So it's been compounded. It's just an emergency measure for 60 days at this point. It kind of goes along with our other COVID actions. So frankly, I think given that combination, it's appropriate. Councilmember Gregory.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I'm glad that you brought that point out because in the discussion, I think it's getting lost. This is about saving lives, period. I think it's getting lost as we continue to discuss this. And the other thing is, and I just have to say this, I think our governor has the lead, okay? And it makes our job much more difficult as a result of the lack of leadership. And I do think that, Mayor, if we continue to do what we're doing, if we really do the enforcement that is necessary, okay, I think we come out pretty good, but it's a slippery slope. And I'll tell you why. And I'm not talking double talk. We just heard about the citizens complaining about the police presence. Okay, we just heard a lot of comments about that. And why I say it's a slippery slope is we're going to put our police officers and our enforcers, okay, in a position, okay, where it's going to look even more like a police state as we enforce this law. I'm just saying we need to be cognizant of that. I mean, they're going to use any excuses, you know, Mayor, okay? There they go again. So I agree with the word, we need to be assertive, but not aggressive. I think if we're assertive, I think we'll be okay. But the minute we get aggressive with enforcing the mask law, I think it's going to dovetail into something that we don't want it to be. So I think I like the term that Councilman Appel used, assertive. And I think we should be assertive, but just not aggressive. Because if we're aggressive, you know where that's going to end up. There they go again. Police state. Now they're locking us all up.
Well, let me share regarding our permitting process that our police have reached out to a lot of folks that we didn't know before. They've been building relationships, building the communication so that we know what's going on when people want to gather and express themselves as they should rightly do when they want to. So this has been an iterative process. It's been positive, but given the coronavirus on top of unexpected gatherings that we've seen over the last couple of months, we think this is a positive thing to do. So any other further comments? We got items 6, 7, and 8 on the floor.
Might have to separate.
Can we separate 8, Mayor? Can we just separate 8?
Okay, can I ask that we take 6 and 7 together?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. We have a motion to approve 6 and 7.
So moved.
Second.
Second, any discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes have it. Now for number 8.
So move.
Second.
To approve and a second. Any further discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed?
Nay.
Nay. All right, the ayes. Thank you. Understand your position. Number 10 is appointments to the Special Commission on
So
Equity,
moved.
Inclusion,
Second.
and Racial Conciliation. Do I have a motion to approve and a second?
So move.
Any discussion? All in favor, please say, oh, Councilmember Waring.
I want to say hallelujah. Thank you.
You have no idea what we've been going through.
You know,
I don't want to.
Right.
you know what, Mr. Mayor, I'm gonna reserve my comment. I'm gonna pull back. I'm gonna support it. You and I, we can have conversations after this meeting. So
All right.
tomorrow or something.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes have it. And then lastly, I think for these petitions and communications is the appointments to the Central Business District Improvement Commission. This, however, would be contingent upon our approval later this evening of second and third reading of the commission itself.
Move
So
for
moved.
approval.
So
Mr.
move.
Mayor?
Yeah, I see a lot of hands. Councilmember Griffin?
Yes, sir. Didn't you have some conversation today about maybe adding a couple more people to this?
Yeah, that was my question. Yeah.
I'm open to that suggestion. This is what the commission proposal was, to have this many folks, and I wanted to go ahead and propose membership to you so we could get them going. There's nothing to prevent us from adding a couple more members. I don't want it to be unwieldy, of course, and too many folks on there, but it's not a huge group.
The reason I say that is because I know that there's a group of property owners that are also forming more of a private development commission or group, and that are going to be meeting quite regularly. And I thought it would be a good idea that they have a couple of members on this, so that they're not working on either the same things or not being counterproductive with each other. And I know that group included Bill Hall and Chip Irvin and Michael Bennett and a few others that have been very, very good to this city for a long time, and are going to continue to keep their roots on King Street. And I know that having a good voice with them, since I know they're working so closely with the Visitors Bureau, I think having some liaisons from that group would be a good thing for us to do, so that these two groups can work together and make King Street the best it can be.
Yeah, I think that will happen. I'm meeting with some of those folks Thursday. One of the specifics of this commission was that one would be a property owner. I'm pretty sure that 3 of these, Lauren, Andy, and Stacy, are all property owners in addition to being retailers. So some of the store owners own their own property as well, and kind of serve both roles. But I'll leave it to the pleasure of council if y'all want a few more members is appropriate. Councilmember Waring.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, thank you. And I actually support what Councilman Griffin is saying. I actually think we should add some of the voices that, frankly, that spoke out after the riot. I understand their angst. I understand their concern. We all understand that. But you know what? To be part of the solution, let's make them a part of the process that's going to be solution oriented. So that's why I think some of those other voices should be there. I think the gentleman from Charleston Place, for example, what's his name? Paul Stacy or whatever his name is. I think he would be a good person on that committee as well. So we can discuss that again on the outside of this meeting, because obviously this meeting is going long, but putting some other names on there as well, seasoned names on there as well.
We just have to make sure that the commission requirements that we approve match what we're trying to do with the number of people. If you only have 6 positions and we approve that tonight, then it's going to be very hard to add anybody else. So we need to make sure that language matches up.
we'll just have to amend the ordinance as well. Councilmember Seeking.
I was just going to suggest if that's what the will of this group is, then let's just add 4 at-large members to be named and we can go through that process.
Great idea. Great idea.
That's fine.
Great.
I would appreciate approval of these candidates, and then we can add more.
So moved.
Second.
Terrific. All right. So contingent upon final passage of the ordinance. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. The ayes have it. So finally, we're now to council communications. We have a discussion of parking fees requested by Councilmember Griffith. You're on.
I picked the wrong night.
Yeah, can we do this next time?
Yeah.
Please.
How about this? Let's meet up tomorrow morning and let's continue it then. I'm just kidding. Look, I'll make it quick because honestly, I've got this idea of us trying to incentivize businesses downtown again. And I know things have been tough for everybody, city included. You can weigh the good and the bad, the pros and the cons. Parking is undeniably a huge revenue stream for us as a city. We can't deny that it puts some money back in the general fund that ends up probably going to protect our citizens, since even property taxes don't cover our whole budgetary item of public safety. But during these times, we've got to find a way to convince our residents that going downtown is a good idea, and visiting these shops and restaurants that have struggled for so long. It may be a few minutes out of the way, but we really, really need it to get King Street going again. And so I was just spitball some ideas with some of the other council members. I thought, for one, I know that we have these Clover spots where I think the Uber Eats and some of the other drivers, they park in, they get to park for free for a few minutes while they run in and grab takeout. Maybe we could extend those a little bit longer so that if somebody wanted to run into a shop for 20, 30 minutes, they could do that without getting ticketed. Another idea that I had was maybe offering some sort of discount for residents of the city if they park in the garages or in other spaces. I don't want it to be a free-for-all where no patrons that come from out of town follow all of our COVID guidelines. It would be a shame if they didn't have a place to park. And I do think there's got to be a very significant balance of who parks on the street. We just don't have a lot of spaces. We've talked about that many times before. But we've got a situation where people aren't going to come downtown unless we give them a reason to come downtown right now. And what I just don't believe that tourism isn't down. I know that I've heard from some people have told me, no, actually the numbers, tourism is about the same. I don't think there's any way, shape or form, tourism is anywhere near where it was. And I know that we're in a very tough financial shape as a city, but I also think about all these businesses that are struggling, and we may lose a third or even up to half of our businesses downtown just based on COVID and everything else that's gone on. Times have been very, very tough. And I would hate for us to look like we're profiteering off of our citizens or the people that really have worked so hard to make the city great. And if I know we've already minimized enforcement back to 6 p.m. That's a great step in the right direction. Mr. Mayor, that was a great thing you did. And I think council supported that as well, if I remember correctly. But I'm just trying to think of some ideas that we could do, some minor things that aren't going to break the bank, because I don't think we're going to be making any money anyway this year. I can understand that we wouldn't want to do anything that's going to create even more significant gap than what we're already having. But if there were ways that we could incentivize business again and incentivize getting somebody like me who lives 25 minutes from downtown to go out of my way to go downtown and give my business to somebody downtown instead of West Ashley. I know that parking is a very sensitive subject because it does create some revenue for us that goes a long way in our general fund. But I just wanted to throw that idea out there, and I hope you guys can help me spitball some other ideas. We don't have to necessarily do it tonight, but I want to throw that idea out there that I am more than willing to work with anybody else to create some opportunities, not only for our businesses, but our residents as well, to get them out and get them downtown again.
Thank you. Councilmember Waring, then Shay.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think that's a great idea, Councilman Griffin, but I would ask respectfully if we can hold off on that idea until we, at least a week and a half, maybe 2 weeks, until we find out what's going to happen with this stimulus package coming out of Washington. If we were to get some local funding out of that, I think it'd make it a lot easier for us to financially do what you're suggesting. And we may very well come back and do it, but if we would just hold off on that for about 2 weeks. But this idea about doing something for King Street, I agree with wholeheartedly, because one thing that COVID is doing, in particular the West Ashley and maybe James Allen and Johns Allen residents, is we're getting in a certain pattern. I recently went all these Zoom meetings. I don't go downtown like I used to. I went downtown last week, and I was shocked at the number of buildings on King Street that still have plywood up. And leaving St. Patrick's, Mr. Mayor, I came up Warren Street, and when I came up Warren Street, you look right at the Bennett Hotel. He has plywood up, but it's painted. As a matter of fact, it almost looks very nice.
Yeah.
And I'm wondering if it's something that the city can do, because I don't, can we, even if we help people move graffiti, can we help these King Street people paint? I don't know whether it's Charleston green or get a number of colors that make it look a lot neater than it looks. It looks, it's an empty feeling. Maybe I don't have the words to describe it, but right now, it looks like a hurricane hit, and somehow we haven't completed that enthusiasm when people came out that Sunday and helped to clean up. Something else I thought about, something I saw, I happened to go to New Orleans and Chicago prior to COVID. And can we put up some, I don't know, flower baskets or something on some of the areas on King Street?
Light poles, yeah.
Light poles or something, maybe at the corner intersections or something like that. Something that we can do to make it look like, as a matter of fact, I'm gonna coin a Reagan term, it's morning in America again. It's pretty. We're blooming again, if you will. I mean, these are some things that that we want to try to do, and Councilman Griffin is right about the parking issue. But there's some other things we need to put. King Street is one of the most important streets in the state of South Carolina, if not the nation. Now, we all remember, and because you were on the economic team, Mr. Mayor, when it didn't look like it looked today. I mean, when I'm talking about when it was blighted, and empty, and vacant, and frankly, dilapidated. But there's some things that I don't think would cost that much, and I think you probably would find enthusiasm along with, I contribute towards putting some of those beautification blooms, if you will, or some annuals out there that makes it look a little bit more, certainly better than it looks today. But I felt saddened as I drove down King Street. Frankly, I'm getting full in my throat even talking about it, and looking at some of the places that I didn't even realize, wow, they got their windows broken out. Now, I don't know, some of them may have plywood up out of fear and the window's not broken, but that raw plywood look is something that I think we all can do.
Understand, if I may cut you off, we have an offer from one of our property owners up there to do such painting. Meg did a survey just the day before yesterday of all of the locations, and we're going to the property owners to ask them if they're up there for protection, if they please remove them. If not, if they'll allow us to go ahead and paint them. So,
great.
So we're proceeding with that. And some of these things you mentioned, even the flower baskets, this commission is going to move forward, not just with thinking about long-term, like tenant mix and those kinds of longer-term things, but also the shorter-term things, even down to the discussion flower baskets the other day. So you're going to see a lot of those short-term and long-term recommendations coming out of this commission, I think, after their very first meeting, because I had an unofficial meeting with them last week, on a Zoom meeting, and they're ready to go.
All right, well, I look forward to 2 weeks from now when we meet again.
I think 3 weeks. Councilmember Shea.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, and I think you answered my my comments. All these things that we've been discussing about the parking, the plywood, and flower plants are things that I've heard already from numerous shop owners and restaurant people. And this is exactly why we have this Central Business Improvement Committee. They go take up these issues. Let's get this onto their plate as soon as possible, so we can address these low-hanging fruit and make some improvements to downtown. Very easy things to do with the beautification of King Street and addressing these parking issues as well. Let them tackle those questions for us. Come back and see where we are in a couple of weeks.
Absolutely. So let's move along. Councilmember Griffin, thanks for bringing this up. And after we see what Uncle Sam does for us, we
need to keep calling. We need to keep calling Senator Graham and Senator Scott.
Keep calling them. Keep calling them. It wasn't in the GOP version of the bill, y'all, and it needs to be. So they're negotiating that this week, and it needs to be in there. Councilmember Appel.
Yeah, I just got to say this. I mean, that I've been following those legislative efforts as well, and you know, all of our email boxes are full of these emails saying defund the police, defund the police. You know, we will defund the police if the legislators in Congress, specifically the Senate, do not get focused in on this issue. And what an irony that would be if the folks that are holding local aid and state aid hostage were to have the effect of defunding the police. I just can't say that enough. And I think that we really all need to be getting out that message to our constituents so they send the appropriate communications to our senators in the state.
Thank you. All right, let's move along, y'all. We got our Committee on Community Development. Councilmember Mitchell.
Yes, I hope I remember everything now.
Wait a minute.
Approval.
But wait a minute, Mr. Mayor.
We got
Mr. Mayor, wait a minute. Did we make the appointments, make a motion to amend the appointments?
Yes, sir.
That's up for second reading.
We're gonna amend the ordinance, Councilmember Waring, when it comes up.
Okay.
We did approve those appointments. You were sleeping, Councilmember Waring.
No, I was not. I was right here. No, we were supposed to amend it to add 4 additional spots.
We're going to do that at second reading, but we approved the ones that were already.
That's right. All right. Community Development Committee, Councilmember Mitchell.
Somebody made a motion, I guess.
I didn't second.
Me.
I seconded. I second the motion.
All right. For the actions taken by the Community Development Committee, including, I did want to point out that we did allocate some of the Cooper River Bridge TIP funding to include $90,000 to be added to the east side improvements being done at
Julian Devine.
Where is that at?
Julian Devine Center for the
Julian
playground.
Devine Center.
Playground equipment.
And I did want to point that out. And we had a presentation from Ms. Johnson about the allocations that have been done to community organization, helping those with rent subsidies for folks that are having trouble paying their rents, and also to help those who are experiencing homelessness. So we had a good report and some really incredible efforts going forward on helping those needing help with rent and with homelessness.
Yes, and Mr. Davis did a remarkable job explaining that also with the so far the stormwater process. So he did a good job on that. So we have a lot of things that was on this committee on a meeting the other day, but we have some of these things are just for information purposes, but for all is not information purposes, we can vote on that. Needs to be voted on, so it was moving second, so we can follow the vote.
Right. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? The ayes have it. Next, our Committee on Public Works, Councilmember Waring.
We met on Monday.
Move
We
for approval.
move for
Second.
approval. That's right.
Second.
All right, any further discussion?
I do
All in
not have
favor,
any.
say aye.
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 Any opposed, the ayes have it. Our Committee on Traffic and Transportation, Councilmember Seekins.
Move for approval.
Second.
Second.
Just a quick comment, speed.
None.
Devices and burns downs, and if you're gonna get towed non-consensually from a private lot, go to West Ashley because it's cheaper there than anywhere else in the city. That's my report.
All in favor, say aye.
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 I just want to say that's because James Islander tried horses, not us.
Right.
Committee on Ways and Means, move for approval.
Second.
All right, Ways and Means, all in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed, the ayes have it. Now, bills up for second reading.
1, 2, and 3, move for approval.
Okay, we did want to add to item 3, the addition of 4 additional at-large members, correct?
Moved.
Well, I'll move 1, 2, and 3 with the amendment.
All right,
Second.
Second.
okay, any discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, the ayes have it. Now for third reading and ratification.
So move
So move. Second.
Second.
1, 2, and 3 as amended.
with the, as amended, with the amendment.
All in favor, please say aye.
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 Opposed, the ayes have it. There are no bills up for first reading, so our next regular meeting will be Tuesday, August 18th. I don't know how we would have made it through June and July having one meeting a month. We're going to try it in August. So we're 3 weeks away from the meeting. I hope y'all will take a little time off and get a little vacation. And we'll be back at it on August 18th. Of course, if something comes along that needs our attention, I'll still reserve the right to call you together for an emergency meeting if need be, if numbers go the wrong way or whatever. Thank y'all for hanging in there this evening for all these important issues. I think we had a very productive meeting, and I'm glad July is about done. We'll move to another month, ready for another year. All right. Any further business to come before us tonight?
Move for adjournment.
Okay, we stand adjourned. Thank y'all.
Aye.
Thanks, everybody.
Have a good night.
Good night.